say, man?
Where's your dog gonna
I
get?
still ain't going to.
Same thing as you, so there's all that.
Mac, you say you're gonna do the
Yes, yes, sir. I can.
Yeah.
What I did yesterday.
I got back home, I realized all this stuff.
We got some first aid certified that we expand somebody else, we can do that. Stay short. Can't say here.
I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see her. Thank you, ma'am.
No, I did not. I did not. I've been out there with one $4. I mean, a nice move. It's a nice move.
You did, I hope you did take a hit. You did? I so just. Hey, it's been one of them days, my head's spinning today. I know. You feel like we're on the short road now to get these last 6 weeks in. They got Medicaid out of it. Yeah, I can put it there. Oh, yeah. What I can see is really good. What is for this room is. Okay. I think we're okay in here. But I mean.
Computer says 6, the clock says, but it's going to get started. I'd like to call the Blaine County Schools Monday, April 17th, 2023 regular board meeting to order. We welcome all of you here. We thank you for what you do for Blaine County Schools, and we appreciate you being here to support our children and our students tonight. And this time I would like to call on Mr. Singletary to do the invocation, and after that, in the East Arcadia primary, we'll lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
You will bow your heads and we'll pray. Lord, we just thank you tonight for giving us the opportunity to be here. We're so thankful for these parents, the kids, and the achievements that they have bestowed upon us in the last couple of weeks. Most of all, our faculty and our staff and our leadership. Lord, just be with us as we go through this meeting and make decisions of the best decisions that we can toward our children and our schools here in the county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Chairman Benton and board members, tonight we have 3 students from East Arcadia School to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Ava Fields, Laquan Richardson, and India Thurman. If they will come forward, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and
I entertain a motion at this time for the approval of. Yeah, we'll just approve it, okay. We'll get out of it.
Yeah.
Or if y'all would please stand if you will. Good job.
Entertain that motion. I'd like to entertain a motion that we approve the agenda for tonight's meeting.
I move.
Second. And moved and properly seconded that we approve the agenda for tonight. Is there any discussion? There is none. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries to approve tonight's agenda. Okay. This time I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the March 13th, 2023 meeting.
Make the motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and probably seconded that we approve the minutes for March 13, 2023. Any discussion? There is none. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries. Approval of the minutes for March 13, 2023 meeting. And at this time, we'll move on to our spotlights and recognitions. And Dr. Atkinson, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. We have several students we want to recognize tonight. This is always a highlight for our board meetings to acknowledge our students and our staff for a job well done. So we will begin with the Dublin Primary School Battle of the Books team. And calling out those names will be Mr. Edge, their principal. All right, thank you.
Jasmine Barber. Deanna Davis. Lena Rivera Beckwith. Allie Lindsay. Brian Reeves. Josue Sandoval Roman. And their coach is Whitney Kellogg Platter.
Mr. Wall, stand with me. Congratulations. Dublin. Next, we have our winners of the soil and water contest.
Here's what I found on the internet.
All right, and Miss Dana Mills, our Director of Career Technical Education, is going to call these names out.
For the category poster, we have Ms. Nayeli Maria Barrackley. She is a fifth grader at Tarshill Middle School. She placed second. We have Ms. Melissa Rodriguez Moharo. She is in fourth grade from Bladen Lakes Primary School. She placed second. Jamison Rayner, fourth grader from Bladenboro Primary School. Jamison placed first. Our next category is SA. We have Ms. Everly Nance from Tarshill Middle School. She's in seventh grade and placed first. Everly will represent Area 7 at the state level contest. Josie Pate will be receiving 2 certificates. The first one is, let me back up. She's from Bladenboro Middle School. She's in 8th grade. The first certificate is for cold water. The second certificate is for Envirothon. She is also accompanied by her Envirothon coach, Ms. Margaret Shelton. Our next category is the scholarship. These students will receive a $500 scholarship from Blaine County Soil and Water Conservation. Our first recipient is Whitney McLean, she is from West Blaine High School. Our next recipient is Kirsten Warren from West Blaine High School.
Thank you, Mr. All right, board members, please stand. Congratulations. Next, we have the Bladenboro Middle School Envirothon. That's
That was only one.
okay. So, so that will be next month, I guess. All right. Next, we have Clarkton School Discovery Beta Club. And Miss Shannon Ross, Assistant Principal at Clarkton School Discovery, will be calling out the names for us this evening.
Jacob Allen, who's being recognized for Songfest and Group Talent. Amanda Bollinger for Songfest. William Borza for Group Talent. Lucas Bridgers, fourth place for sixth grade science. Be recognized for Songfest, Group Talent, and Group Skip. Quadir Brown, he is our North Carolina Junior Beta Club Vice President. Homer Callahan, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Nadia Cologne, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Cameron Easter, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Ariel Graham, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Shelby Herring, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Alea Jacobs, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Jason John, Songfest, and Group Talent. Juan Miranda, Group Talent. Tyler Moritz, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Jemiah Peterson, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Ron Priest, our 2022-2023 president.
Ms. Ross, Jeremiah, Ms. Jeremiah.
Jeremiah Kilpatrick,
Yes.
Skip, and Group Talent. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Jazara Rouse, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Haley Simmons, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Brooklyn Skinner, a Golden Ticket Premier Performer Award, Songfest, Group Talent, and Skip. Avery Smith, third place, Recyclable Art, Junior Songfest, and Group Talent.
We have sponsors, Ms. Bridgers, Ms. Priest. Sorry. And Ms. Priest. Y'all come on around for a picture. Board members, if you would please stand, Mr. Bennett, come on.
Ms. Priest, who was our other golden ticket for the award winner?
Brooklyn Skinner and Aiden Trinidad.
Aiden Trinidad was our other golden ticket winner. Thank you, parents, and for our community for supporting the best based club tonight. And thank you, students, for all that you do for our school and community.
Okay, get it down up. Get it down.
All right, everybody, right here. 1, 2, 3.
Next, we have the Elizabethtown Middle School Band who received a superior rating recently at the Carowinds Band Contest. We'll recognize their students and director tonight. Ms. Joyce Spencer, principal, will be calling these names for us. Ms. Spencer will give folks. Probably recognize. Flowers. She's right here. And to my knowledge, this is the first time in about 18 years that the middle school has gone to contest for ratings. So this is tremendous to bring our band programs back. So just want to share that with the board as well. All right, Ms. Spencer, thank you.
Elizabethtown Middle School Band, Elise Alvarez Nunez, Maya Brown, Kayleen Chambers, Charisma Daniels, Chris Drummond, Justin Garrett, Brian Johnson, Hayden Lewis Gray, Ariana Pickling, Haley Robinson, Luna Salgado Vasquez, Tanea Singletary, Alyssa Springfield, Elia Wright, and no other than Ms. Brenda Flowers, or band director. Thank you very much.
Board members, if you would please stand. A superior rating is the highest rating that you can receive at band time.
And then everybody shuffle on the back right for me. I think so. One step back. Step back. Make sure we can see everybody. It's interesting. All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Good job, thank you very much.
Clearing it out. We'll go at it.
At this time, we would also like to recognize a student at East Bladen High School who has been selected to attend governor's school this summer. Tremendous honor. And introducing this student tonight will be Miss Georgia Spalding, principal at East Bladen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As principal of East Bladen High School, I take great pleasure in first presenting to you our governor school acceptance student, Ms. Kiara Stackhouse. She has been accepted to attend Winston-Salem State. Huh? Stacker. I'm sorry, I said, I'm so bad. Kiara Stacker. She has been accepted to attend Winston-Salem State University in the area of natural sciences.
Wow.
Thank you for correcting me on that.
Mhm.
You can also tell the strength of a band program, obviously, for your high school is building a strong program at your middle school. We just heard about Town Middle School receiving a superior. Band was the area I taught in school, actually was at East Bladen many years ago. So it definitely takes me great pride as superintendent to be excited for all of our band programs, but especially one that you had an opportunity to have a part of many years ago. The next recognition will be East Bladen High School's band, and they are doubly superior. They received their first superior, straight superiors from all judges and sight reading at the North Carolina Band Masters, used to be called band contest at UNCP. But that wasn't enough for the Eagle Band. They went to Carowinds as well the same day, Town Middle School, and also received straight superior ratings there. So this is a job well done. I really believe we have a revival of our band programs back in our district, and it's exciting to see our kids do an outstanding job. So again, we have Ms. Spalding, who's going to be recognizing our East Bladen Eagle Band for this wonderful recognition.
And Dr. Atkinson just actually presented everything I was gonna say, except for one thing, the last superior rating that East Bladen had was under his leadership. And so Ms. Flowers has indeed worked on building that program. But for our East Bladen High School band, our first recipient is Sydney Armitage. Cabria Baldwin. Amia Blanks. Gabrielle Collin. I'm gonna get, I don't know why, I'm having issues tonight, I'm sorry. Jalen Graham. Chase Kuiper. Darlene Montego Alvarado. Jeremiah Morton. Joanna Priest. Pierre Stafford. Brady Starling. Nia Wooten. And Miss Brenda Flowers is our band director.
If you will, please stand.
Leslie, I make sure. One, two, three. I can't see your face. She was hiding her face.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Okay, so you want me to just skip that one and go on to?
That concludes our spotlights and recognitions for this evening.
Okay, and I understand there are no citizen participation tonight.
That's correct.
Okay, we will move on past number 7 to number 8, information items, 8.01 Tar Heel School Construction Project. And I think Dr. Atkinson, you're going to handle that for us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. Mr. Burris was unable to attend this evening due to a conference, it's a school construction conference. I do want to just highlight a few things here for you. You have a copy of the monthly report there for you in board docs. So far, the last 30 days, I've done a lot of work with the mechanical roofing, electrical and plumbing. The frame, window front, storefront window framing has been done in the 100, 200 wing. They've done some interior, exterior caulking. Some brick masonry is still being completed on the job site. Ford County has put an electrical pole there to start service there in the construction. They've had temporary service. Over the next 30 days, several things they'll be looking at as it relates to the fire sprinkler and rough in ongoing. The geo well piping, continuing site walls. They'll be starting to hang some sheet rock. Several things that are listed there. Also, if you would like to tour the facility, I will be sharing information from Mr. Ben Brisson. You can schedule that with the site superintendent. He would do some walkthroughs with you all at this point. We'll schedule something a little bit later as a group once a little bit further along, but you're welcome to go visit the site now and take a walk through there. So they'll have hard hats for you, but I'll share his information with you all. So if you'd like to do that one-on-one, you are free to do that. And then we'll schedule one once they do some more work as a group and view the building together. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to relay those to him and get you answers on those at this point.
Any questions? Okay.
Well, I have a question. Where we at on the tank that we have been trying to get a taste of water?
It has been ordered. I think the last update was it should be installed, I think around July. So there was a lead time on that tank, but it has to be in before we can occupy. That should be well in advance of our occupation. But I will get an update on that to see if that timeline has changed, and I'll share that with you all.
I mean, would you like to schedule a time in the future to try to get the board together at one time, or do you want to do that?
Yeah, we can send out a couple, 2 or 3 different times and dates to see what work. We could also pair it with a meeting, one of our meetings. We could do that as well. So we kind of flexibility there. I would suspect probably like you said, what, next 4 to 5 weeks, it'd be a little more substantial on the inside now. They still have not, they've had to keep rocking this week, but you can kind of get a preliminary review of the layout of the facility now, and y'all are welcome to visit that. But we can definitely do that. I could put together some potential dates, poll everybody and see what might be the best, and we can set that. Okay.
Did we ever get any return estimate on the storage facility for the ball fields?
Not as of yet, that's still, they've got to, I know they've been working on the project budget and kind of see what may be left. There's about 2 or 3 things that are still pending for the facility, and we'll have a better idea of what remaining budget should be left.
Yes, sir.
Everything appears to be on target. A lot of work has been done. Even if you look from the exterior on that facility, they've done quite a bit of work out there.
Any more questions? No, thank you for that, Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you.
We'll move on to 8.02, the addendum for our AIG local plan, Ms. Cheryl White Smith.
Good evening, Board Chair, Board, and Superintendent. I have with me Ms. Moffett and Ms. Jacobs, AIG leads. We are coming to you with an addendum of information piece to do an addendum to our AIG plan. Currently, our AIG plan service model for our middle school, we do an AIG resource and nurturing group. That's a 45 to 60-minute pull-out resource time where Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Moffett pull out the students to do STEAM activities, coding, team building, inquiry activities, logic, elimination grids, escape rooms, and submission grids. Our 8th grade level 5 students have only the optional of North Carolina Virtual Public Schools Math 1 course. At Project Challenge, we have identified as academic gifted in reading or in math. They have to have a 90 final year average in their identified area. The 8th grade Math 1, English 1, and optional North Carolina Virtual Public Schools Earth and Environmental Science. Homogeneously, they're grouped, and we have countywide transportation provided to our PC students. This is only offered our CSD, Partner School Discovery, for grades 6 through 8. We are proposing an addendum to expand our AIG services to the rest of our middle schools, so that we have clustered grouping identified AIG students and nurturing students in other academically capable areas. We want to offer Math 1, English 1, and the North Carolina Virtual Public School Earth and Environmental Science. We want to encourage all of our middle school teachers to get a local AIG endorsement or an add-on to the AIG certification to their teaching license. And we want to grandfather our current students that are attending CSD, Project Challenge students, transportation CSD from the 6th to the 8th grade. The reasons why we are looking to do an addendum, if you'll see the AIG headcount, next year we're projected to have 32 students at Project Challenge. That is, CSD will have 2 5th and 8th grade that would be resource nurturing group. Our Blamer Middle School has 15 students that will attend Blamer Middle School. Elizabethtown Middle School would have 4, and we're hoping that number will increase with end of grade tests. We're looking for that number to go up for Elizabethtown Middle School. And Tar Heel, you have 13. That leaves us a head count at CSD of 6th grade, we would have 6 students. 7th grade, we'd have 12 students. 8th grade, we would have 13 students. That would be in Project Challenge. We are part of Talent Unleashed program that provides the top 10% at each school to be identified as AIG. This also helps us to do our underrepresented students that are not identified as AIG, to help them with nurturing groups and help offer them opportunities to be clustered and grouped together so they can get more services. I've added a document down here at the bottom for you to look at. It is our call to action for equity and excellence for our academically, intellectually gifted students. I have Ms. Jacobs and Ms. Moffett if y'all have any questions that y'all would like to ask.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I just want to read something from a parent that got emailed to me. This is a parent of AIG students, and it says, Mr. Locklear, as parents to 3 AIG students in Bladen County Schools, my husband and I sincerely hope that AIG students will continue to have core teachers dedicated to our top students in the county. While this group is underrepresented in population, we must invest in our AIG students, which sounds like what we're doing. If we want to retain our current population, as well as encourage others to join Bladen County Schools, please do not diminish AIG resources to merely online learning, which is the understanding when they read that first slide where it said the 40, 50, 60 minutes online.
No, that's 40 to 60, a pull out. And that's where Miss Jacobs and Miss Moffitt go into the schools and pour the kids out once a week for 45 to 60 minutes to service those children. That's what your middle schools get once a week. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Clark School Discovery. We do service Clark School Discovery students that are high achievers as our nurturing group. Ms. Jacobs goes in and serves them too.
Great.
And fifth grade.
So it sounds like to me, we're actually expanding this
We're
program.
expanding the program. It might look different in areas, but it's going to be more like expanding the program for equity and excellence to all middle schools. And for all middle schools to be able to have the opportunity. What we're noticing is, and I'm going to give kudos to our middle school principals, they are building a program and the kids do not want to leave their home schools. So kids are not always wanting to go to where we have services, which is at Clarkson right now. So, you know, the kids and the parents are speaking, they want their kids to stay in the home school. So we need to look at that and provide those services to the students that are in their schools.
So it's,
How many students do you have that are not at their home?
How many students that we have?
Did you have that are not at their home school? Over at
How many of our
Clark?
PC students are not districted in Clarkson?
we could get that.
Probably about 11 or 12 in that 8th grade group.
So you have probably 20 students there?
Altogether right now.
I mean, 20
Currently this
students
school year.
that's from the Clarkson area?
No.
No, half
That's
of
the
them
math
are from
now.
other areas.
No, the
Yeah.
current population at Clarkson with our School of Discovery this year, we have 24 in 8th grade. We have 13 in 7th grade, and 6th grade, we have 12, 13.
So you're talking about having 32 next year?
Next year.
6 or 8.
6 to 8.
So how many of those students are you bringing from Tar Heel? We just building a new school for the kids up there.
Well, actually, that's what we're trying to do to allow those students to stay where they are.
How
We
many are
would
going?
not.
Do you, how many?
Oh, right now I have, from Tar Heel, I have one that's definitely said yes to me.
So I have another question.
Mhm.
So we're talking about taking the top 10% from each school?
Not taking,
Mm.
Serving the top-
serving the top
I'm
10%.
not talking about that. I mean, well, serving the top 10%.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Give an
Maybe-
example, like, say that 13 that's in 7th grade. We could take some other students from Clarkson School of Discovery that are in, in other classes. We could bring them and fill in and make a complete class, of maybe like 22, like our current 8th grade class.
So.
Yeah, so we're looking at the top 10% rather than just the gifted students. We would be serving also students that are right there on the cusp maybe of being gifted.
Okay, what's the criteria for being gifted?
There's actually 3. They have to have an 85% or higher on an aptitude test.
Okay.
85% or higher on the achievement test, like the EOG. And the aptitude test that we currently use right now is the COGAT. And then also they have to have a 90 in order to get into the program, and they have to have a 90 average in whatever area they qualify, either on the, on the achievement or the aptitude test.
And then we also added a secondary pathway
This year.
to our AIG plan that says if they get 2 consecutive years on an EOG and their 90-year average, then they can also be identified as AIG. So we foresee a
probably about 20 more students being identified from 4-8 with that. We have a lot of students right now that are on our watch list based on that criteria.
So you said something about 2 consecutive years. I didn't understand what you were
2
saying.
consecutive years on their EOG if they score an 85% or higher, and a 90-year average in their area, then they can also be identified as AIG without getting the aptitude test score.
What the aptitude test for those 2 achievement scores. And actually, this is a very good thing. This is just where our current class rosters, they would all go up. You know, at Clark, we're not taking anything away from Clarkton. You know, we're just improving the program and making it more fair across the district. Yeah.
And the goal in this is to identify more students, because you have some students who can perform well academically that just cannot get over the hump with a standardized test.
Exactly.
They can give you 95s, 100s in a classroom, but a standardized test just does not. One other part of this too, as part of the plan, not specific to middle school that we're going to work on, is trying to early identify kids in kindergarten and first grade, which we need. We have a lot of underrepresented populations in those lower grades. And we believe we have some kids that we could help identify there and try to build that from the elementary level. So as they get into middle school, they'll be more prepared and obviously be able to get those services earlier on than what they are now.
Because currently I serve 113 students across the county at 5 different schools, and this month it has 119.
I'd like to get some clarification right here. So we're expanding it where you'll be going to individual schools.
We currently go to individual.
We already go to individual schools.
So the students that are attending Clarkson Middle still have transportation provided, none of that.
The current 6th grade.
Sort of 8th grade.
Thank you.
I see the word encourage here, as far as middle school teachers. Are we thinking about some type of incentive for these teachers as far as when we do get them endorsed, and their certificates, what does that look like, or what have you guys thought of from that standpoint?
We were actually going to work on that this summer.
We're going to
Get an interest
district course for the local endorsement, but we also pay if they pass the state test, then we actually reimburse their test costs.
Awesome. Yes.
But we're planning on doing an in-district professional development to get our teachers locally endorsed as well.
Very good. Thank you.
That's great. If you could keep us updated along with that.
Absolutely.
That would be great.
Thank you.
The last thing I was gonna say was, I guess some of this wording to some parents, obviously I got letters. It's kind of confusing. So is there a way that, we can let parents know that this is not a bad thing, that what we're trying to accomplish here, and explain to them what's going on, other than seeing what we look at, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be like a pamphlet or something, you know what I'm saying?
And that's why I was trying to clarify what I was saying. A lot of people were in the assumption that they were not going to be able to go to Clark and they were going to have to do it at their home school. A lot of people.
But why would a guy go,
We're just
why
trying to
would a
expand.
guy go to Clarkson instead of the home school?
Well,
What's the advantage of doing that?
currently it was because of the math 1 and the English 1. That was not offered at the other schools. It was only offered to, the math 1 is only offered to level 5 students who have scored level 5.
So that's gonna be the only offer that Clark.
That's currently
That's what they're trying to do.
We're expanding it.
Across the district is what they're trying to do. Yeah.
And, Clarkton does have a great elective base, a lot of kids that are drawn to that. And their style of teaching and learning. So every school's expanding that now. That's what we're seeing is our middle school principals are offering now electives and clubs and things that the same that Clarkton is. Our kids are not leaving their home schools. So we're looking to expand our services so that we reach all middle schools.
Y'all currently pull students out for this 45 to 60-minute resource time?
They do second through.
First through 8th grade.
First through 8th grade.
I got you.
All nurturing students, they serve.
I got you. And that's just for the nurturing students. That's not for the
And
people.
it's the gifted students as well, the ones who are not enrolled in Project Challenge.
Got you.
So for example, like my Tar Heel group, I have a group of eighth graders that are all identified AIG that chose not to go to Clarkton. Those I pull out every Wednesday for 45 to 60 minutes. And we do different activities, team building, logic puzzles, high order thinking skill activities. That's every week. And that's their only service that they get. And so this would offer those uprising seventh graders the opportunity to take Math 1 and English 1 as their services.
But Ms. Margaret, they've been doing this for 10 years now.
Sir,
They've been doing this for years now. How long have they been doing that?
Project Challenge has been around for over 30 years.
As a magnet so far.
Correct.
So guys, what is your plan to implement this, and how long would it take to get it?
We've already met with our middle school principals, and they're putting in a plan together for scheduling. And then we meet Wednesday to work on a congruent where everybody's schedule in middle school will be about the same. We've already talked with them about teachers that could teach the classes, and they're certified to teach those classes.
So dedicated core teachers for these AIG students.
They're already certified. And it'll be for all students. They'll be clustered groups together. So like maybe one class period would be your AIG and your upper 10% of your kids that you make for a class period
In each middle school.
in each middle school.
The implementation time, I think is what you're asking,
Yes.
would be to be put in place for next school year.
They'll be starting in August then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are we short on identification of those teachers that we're gonna need to make this happen?
We do, I mean, we have AIG certified.
Not very many. We've had a lot to retire, unfortunately.
So we don't have.
But with the local certification, I think they would be interested. We could, Ms. Moffett and I could actually teach the class, bring them in for 2 or 3 days and give them a local certification where they could not use it outside of Bladen County. But here they would be certified. Ms. Moffett and I are both certified AIG. I've taken the test and she took the classes, and we're kind of the best of both worlds with knowing about the AIG certification. We have both sides of the story.
And they're state certified.
But in turn, they could turn around after we do our course and do their local endorsement. They could go and get state certified. We would reimburse them for that certification.
And the skill sets that they would learn in this training benefits all students regardless if they're AIG certified or not. So it's good teaching practice that will be used for every child. And that's why we want to make the investment to support the teachers this summer to get that local endorsement. They'll be paid a stipend for their time to come in over the summer, just like we will any other training over the summer. So I think it would be good to provide that as an option for them. And again, I think for most folks, it's just taking the actual test rather than taking a set of classes for a state certification. That's something they changed a while back. Used to, you had to take 4 or 5 classes, and some of those graduate level, and before you could take a test and do it. The state has actually changed that so that it's much easier for folks to become certified.
So one last question. You said you two are the most qualified to teach the program. Teach the teachers.
It could be other areas.
You put it out there, so.
Look, I took the test and she took the classes, so we kind of have a good mix. Like if a person chose to do the classes, it's Moffett. If the person chose to take the test, me, so if they decide to go on and get their state certification, they could use either option. So, we can provide both experiences to them, in other words.
Well, I think we have like 5 AIG certified teachers left. We don't have many.
Any idea how many we're gonna have per middle school?
No, that's what we've got to work on it.
What schools are they at?
We have these 2. We have 2 at CSD. And
And
one at Litchtown Primary School.
Most of them are principals or in the district.
Our media coordinators. I think it helps.
So the need is there to expand the
Yeah.
certification to more. In fact, we want to even open up to elementary teachers who may be
You
interested.
say media coordinators?
Yeah, we have a media coordinator certified.
You might have some people that unretired that may come back to see what you guys are trying to improve here and they want to come back and be a part of this. That's possibilities too.
There's a need. We need to, and our original plan that we did for this year was to definitely identify more of our underrepresented children. We know that that's an area of weakness in Lake County.
Yeah.
So that's why we wrote the plan this year.
Because at the beginning of the year, I struggled. I had a big struggle. I was trying to qualify students before, I get kind of emotional with this, because it actually involved one of my family members. I was trying to qualify students for a project challenge, and the child, I'll give an example, the child had 2 of the 3 qualifications, so I just had to do the last step. They didn't make it with the last step. So they, and it was just heartbreaking. So this is the chance for that child, they could be in that class this year. I don't have to say no anymore. I don't have to, this.
Kind of opens the
Yeah.
window.
Right.
Great.
So the ones you're nurturing that are almost there, but aren't quite there, aren't gonna pull down the ones that are there and have.
No, they're just gonna add to it, and they're gonna just, grow together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So prior to this plan, we only nurtured primary school students. We did not nurture our middle school students. The only ones that got pulled out at Tar Hill, Bladenburg, and at E-Town Middle were the only ones that were identified. And being a part of that Talent Unleashed, where we talk about equity and excellence and expanding our services, we did a cohort of 5th grade students at all the middle schools, the upper 10%, and brought them into our nurturing groups. And with that, we've been able to identify probably 50% of those students this past year based on that nurturing group. And so that's part of this plan, is if we're putting these kids and giving them those opportunities, that they'll either rise to that occasion and get that get their identification, or still get those opportunities and be successful just because they don't have a label.
Some kids don't test for it. We know that.
Right.
They're high achievers, but they don't test for it.
So you foresee any issues with transportation for these kids, or any costs that we're gonna have to look at to implement this program throughout the other schools?
Not with Parton, if they choose to go to Parton, that will be our cost for transportation. We're gonna grandfather those kids in. They should, yeah. That will be the only cost. We currently do have teachers that are certified that could teach.
So now you're giving clarification of what I asked. So after the ones that are grandfathered in, then they won't be able to be transported.
That'll be up to y'all. I mean, we can, that depends. There'll be a cost, to look at how much it costs us.
When the program started, there was funding provided.
It was funding, yes.
The district has funded that cost for some time now, since the grant had ended.
Yes, the grant.
We maintained it, but that's why we wanted those that are currently attending or identified to attend would have the chance to. At that point, they could apply for an out-of-district transfer for our policy, but they'd have to provide on transportation outside of those who are grandfathered in that are in the program or will be enrolling in the program.
So now we need some cost numbers and all that of actually what it would cost to be able to keep it going. I mean, but if you're gonna offer it at each school, I mean.
Yeah.
One thing to have, yeah.
Hard to, just seeing kids.
Yeah. Right now, there are 4 dedicated teachers in the PC program. Based on the chart that was listed, there will be 32 students among those 4 teachers all day, aside from the latest schedule. That is, and of course, there's no class size cap in that's 4th grade on, but typically your middle school classes can go up as high as 28 students for 1 teacher. So when you look at we had been funding 4 teaching positions to maintain the program with a declining enrollment. So the thought was we would be able to rework the schedule at the schools, wouldn't change anything for services there, but be able to distribute those students who would like to remain in their home school to get those same services in their building. So nobody's losing a job. It's just we're using our resources, effectively.
Jason, you say when grandfathered in, can you expand on that?
That is anyone who's currently attending now. or has been identified to attend next year. So they've already received their notice for PC. So those, and after that, so really that part would change in the 24-25 school year. Anyone that's been identified and wishes to go, they would be a part of that because that's already been communicated to them. So that would not
Is there a
change.
window to be identified?
No, actually, we pretty much test all year long.
Right,
Yeah.
in the summer.
Yeah. Yeah.
When are you gonna?
As we have some data, we can start testing, so ours will start back like in May, once we get POG scores.
What I'll ask them to do for you all, and I'll share with you all, to get us number of students from each school who are attending Clarkton out of district now, where their home school would be. And then we'll ask transportation to pool the transportation cost of busing for PC. As of the current day, we wouldn't know that for next year. Routes haven't been done, but we can get you what those costs are, what we're currently paying for transportation. And I'll also give you the salary information as well.
Now, we also got to look at the cost for the drivers.
Right, all that will be factored.
All that's got to be considered because we got to be able to identify people that can take these kids in the middle of the day. We got to look at that as well.
We don't take them anywhere in the middle of the day. They get morning transportation to the school and they get afternoon transportation. We don't move children during the middle of the day for these services. They go to the schools. We pay for their college.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it. Then we'll move on to the information items 8.03, realignment of elementary grade levels. Dr. Ackley.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. Shared a document with you all. Currently, all of our 6 elementary schools are configured K-4, except for those obviously who have pre-K programs. That's Bladen Lakes, Bladenboro, Dublin, Elizabethtown, and Plainview. When we looked at our data from last year, there were 4 of our elementary schools who were considered low performing based on the past year's data. And one of those remains on the list because of insufficient test scores. One of our greatest challenges for our elementary schools, especially when you're looking at the accountability model, is that they basically have 1 year of measure for growth from 3rd grade to 4th grade. Plus you have a limited number of test scores that are coming from DPI for accountability. You have read to achieve for reading. There's an EOG for math. And in 4th grade, you have an EOG for reading and math. Those 4 schools that ended up on that list range from either 1/10 to 4/10 of a point for not being on there. So they're very close to getting over that hump of being identified as low performing. When we think about space at our current elementary schools, obviously Bladenboro and Elizabethtown are full. We cannot do anything there at this point. We hope that will be resolved if we're able to move forward with the construction of multi-purpose buildings and classroom space for both of those schools. That's a part of our, part of our budget message that's going to be talked about here a little bit later on. But we do have space at the other elementary schools to accommodate 5th grade back. Studies will show you developmentally that kids do better in grade 5 at the elementary level. A lot of them struggle with the transition being in a middle school. Obviously, we didn't have a choice at the time. But what we're looking at proposing is, and we want to survey the parents who have 4th graders at, of course, Plainview with Tar Heel new construction. That will all be in one building, K8, so that will not be an issue there. We'll look at moving those students in January of 24. That's when we plan to occupy mid-year there. But as it relates to Bladen Lakes, Dublin, and East Arcadia, we have an opportunity to return the 5th grade back to those buildings. Now, what we would like to do, this is just for information tonight, is to poll parents of those 4th grade students at those schools to ask them if 5th grade is provided at your elementary school. Is this something that is interest of you as a family? We feel like we've had some feedback given to principals and several of us about fifth grade. Sometimes we lose students, sometimes to the charter school because of that fifth grade gap. Or, you know, depending on, some families have, depending on the age of their kids, they may have, still have a child at the primary school versus the middle school. So there's a lot of things that could solve. It could also maybe create some others, but what we'd like to do for you all is to talk to the parents and a quick survey. If fifth grade is offered at your current child's elementary school, will this be something of interest to you? I'd like to get that feedback from parents. If it is positive, I'd like to bring back to you all next month a recommendation to return those fifth grade students back to the elementary school. We've looked at numbers across. Right now, there's 24 students in Bladen Lakes in fourth grade, 44 at Dublin, and 7 at East Arcadia. This would, if these remained based on projected enrollment, again, this is a moving number right now because we're still doing registration, and we still, believe it or not, have folks moving into our area, which is a good thing, and we've got new enrollees all the time. So at this point, that would take potentially Bladen Lakes from 108 to 200. Of course, pre-K does not count in the state ADM. This would take Bladen Lakes from 108 to 132, Dublin from 186 to 230, and East Arcadia from 49 to 56. Also, when we look at for schools, for funding of principal, state looks at two ways. Either you have 100 students in the school, or you have 7 state paid positions for them to pick up the cost of principal. I know that East Arcadia is actively recruiting now to try to assist in building their school with pre-K. But again, pre-K does not count in this state AD number. But this is something I have talked with those principals at the elementary school for feedback, just to kind of, that's something of interest to them. I would like to do that with our families and parents, ask them their thoughts. And then depending on how the outcome is, potentially have a recommendation for you all for next month to change the configuration of those 3 buildings back to either pre-K 5 or K5, depending on if they have a pre-K or not. So that's just for information for you all tonight. And I will definitely, either way, I will share those survey results with you all, so at least we know where we're moving forward with. If this does come to fruition, and this is something that we feel like our families will support and will help us, if we're able to move forward with those new construction projects, we would eventually like to do the same thing at the other 2 primary schools for congruency, so that the space would be there for them.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Were you not
Oh,
finished?
you're good.
Fifth grade was an elementary school.
Yes, sir.
Grade at one time. Why was it moved in the first place?
There was some space concerns at the time. That was before they did a lot of class size, and now we've got some restrictions with class size. State is actually looking at 4th and 5th grade potentially being have a cap on them as well. That hasn't come to fruition. But yeah, we historically we had 5th grade at our primary schools. This will take us back to that. We just feel, you know, it's a different climate in the middle school. So definitely, you know, it sometimes with 5th graders, I think principals have also shared, it's quite awkward for them because they're in that more grown setting, and they're still in that age between, I'm still a child, I'm almost becoming a teenager. So one thing that I think would be important in this too is that at some point we need to look at this as a district. This kind of ties with this too, is to look at potentially redrawing our attendance zones. That may also help with some overcrowding at Bladenboro and Elizabethtown as well. That's something we definitely could not have in place before next year, but something I think we ought to explore, reviewing our attendance areas. That may also help as well. But again, I think it takes us back to where we used to be, aside from 2 schools because of space. But that will also not only development for benefiting the students if this works. I think it will also, I have a good hypothesis that may take these schools out of low performing status, having an additional year of instructional data, because with 5th grade, you get 3 test scores per child. You'll get the reading and math. Also, 5th grade is tested science. So that gives you another 3 scores for students at that level. Plus, it gets complicated for us, especially in a district when you're looking at teaching positions. It's tough in a middle school when you've got 5-8 because historically middle school teachers are licensed 6-9. when you have fifth grade, it's a toss up for principals when you have vacancies are trying to move around your building. Is this person certified 6-9 or a certified K6? Because if you're K6, you cannot teach seventh grade. But if you're 6-9, you cannot teach a fifth grade class. So that complicates things quite a bit from a licensure side for teachers. And it's tough because you're like, do I need a 6-9 person? Do I need a K6 person? So if we could ever get to that point, it would clear cut the licensing part for teachers for our middle schools, and that would really ease the burden. I think I commend our principals and schools for doing a good job juggling that. But that's tough when you have multiple grade levels like that and that like licensure span. So I am interested to see the feedback we get from parents. And if it's favorable, I'd like to maybe bring it back and let's talk about it, maybe take action on that next month.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Atkinson. We'll move on to 8.04, use of facilities.
All right, thank you, Chairman Benton. We currently have a policy 50/30, and we've had some questions and I think a lack of consistency for quite some time. And actually some parts of this policy that I don't feel that we have actually followed through with, that we're going to correct, some of that being fee structure, that kind of thing. But our current policy 50/30, Mr. Gray and I talked about this briefly. The board does have a policy in place for use of facilities. This is to be for nonprofit groups and activities, as well as school-sponsored activities. There's no clause currently in our policy for individual use of facilities. We have done that, but it's not in our policy. Obviously we've had some challenges over time when individuals have tried to use facilities and where funding and fees had not been paid, had not been collected. We still have some outstanding fees now that have not been paid. But in staying true with our policy, unless the board would like to make modification to the policy, this is something that Facilities Committee talked about quite some time back, was to kind of reiterate what our policy states, make that publicly available so everyone understands what the facilities can be used for and not used for. And then also, part of this is to have a fee schedule introduced to the board. This has not been done for years. I cannot tell you when it has last been done, but our policy says that the board will approve a fee schedule for nonprofit groups. Also, there's a clause in here for use of facilities. You have to have produced either a general liability certificate of up to $1 million or have a waiver on file. And we have not collected that information in quite some time when folks have asked to use facilities. We're also supposed to define what facilities can be used and cannot be used. Now, there's a part of the policy that deals with outdoor facilities by general public, but the remainder of the policy deals with groups only, school-sponsored or nonprofit. We have in the past have some for-profit entities asked, but our policy does not allow for-profit to use the facilities because that's clearly stated here. So I think there are several things we need to do. Obviously, clarify this and be more clear to the general public. So moving forward, that this is what our facilities by policy can be used for. And then I think we need to follow through in identifying which facilities are we going to make available to nonprofit groups or now school groups, PTOs, that kind of thing. They still have to fill out the facility use form. There's no fees on that. It talks about that booster, that kind of thing. We're talking about other nonprofit groups that may ask to use that. You also have to be careful in that you're being equitable in that use among groups, because there have been challenges to policies. You cannot allow a nonprofit church organization, for an example, to say you can use the facility. But if another faith comes that is not that way, and they're a nonprofit and they ask to use facility, you could not deny that. So that's why I think if we go back to our policy and collecting either that, make sure one, we need to determine if you have a nonprofit status or not. Then also making sure we get the insurance certificate or the waiver that needs to be done. And then identifying what those are. The general use under clause F on the policy, this deals with outdoor facilities. So from time to time, we have folks that use our walking tracks, that kind of thing, but making that stuff available and those hours. The policy does talk about, publishing that information as well as You let them know what hours these facilities would be available for use. So we obviously want to continue that because we have some folks that take advantage of our track, especially across the street. We don't want to discourage that, but to clearly define what's available generally, but then, for example, our gymnasiums, cafeterias, other parts of the school, that we are following through on what our policy. Now, if the board desires to make a modification to policy, we could definitely look at that down the road if that's something the board wishes to do. But I think that it will clear up a lot of confusion moving forward with what the facilities, which ones can be used, how can they be used, and what's required for them to be used, and then get you all to adopt a fee schedule. Like I said, that has not been done for a long time. We have a general one that we use, but we're having a hard time even collecting those fees. And I think that we've been as understanding as possible and tried to be flexible historically for years. But if we get to a situation, if someone was to get injured in the use of the facility, we didn't have that general liability or waiver, the school system and board could be liable for someone was to fall, those kind of things. So those has not been done. So I think moving forward, we need to obviously fulfill our obligations on the policy, make it to where it's clear on what our facilities can and cannot be used for based on this policy. And should the board want to bring that back to consider a change to policy, we could do that in accordance to what our policies state. But I just want to kind of bring this up to you all tonight. I hadn't on the been meaning to bring it because it was something we wanted to get clarified because there was some confusion. Obviously, if you all have any questions, Mr. Grady can probably answer those as well, anything that's outside the policy there. But just want to kind of share that tonight, and we will make sure that this is clearly communicated. And then we will plan to next month bring to the board for approval. It says the beginning of the school year, but we have not had it in a very long, I know many years. So we have not followed through on our policy with that. So I will go ahead and prepare a fee schedule for the board to approve next month to get us through the remainder of the school year. And then we'll make it our practice, as our policy says, each year the board approves the fee schedule for use of facilities. The policy is clear on what we charge and what we don't charge for. But the school district has been on the hook for paying employees who worked different events that may not have been a part of, that may not fit with the guidelines of our policy. But we haven't gotten those funds. In fact, some probably multiple years they have not paid. And the district ended up coming out of pocket for an expense that was not a district event. So we just want to make sure that we bring clarity to everyone about the policy and that we're following our policy as well.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So Jason, how are you gonna communicate this to the community?
Well, we will take this policy because the policy can get kind of confusing with all different things. We'll do our obligation and let them know what facilities are available, who is eligible to use a facility. You got to be a nonprofit or it's a school. So if it's booster, schools, PTO, those groups are eligible.
I mean, are you gonna put it out to the newspaper or?
Yes, we'll communicate it out, website, we'll do all that. So that everyone understands, and if we have any changes with policy moving forward, we'll communicate those changes. Obviously, we won't be able to get the fee schedule yet until the board approves that next month, but we can say that's forthcoming. But I think it will bring some clarity because we've had a lot of questions and yeses and nos, and it's just we got to make sure we're, especially when it comes to this consideration about the liability part, because that could be, the school system could have in good faith tried to allow something, but if someone was to get injured and we did not take follow our policy for the liability or the waiver, then we're on the hook for that. So as long as we're following our policy and we have those in place. But yes, sir, we can definitely communicate that. Mr. Clark, you got a question?
On the kitchens, does the custodians know proper procedure for cleaning everything versus the cafeteria staff, what they know? It doesn't sit easy because say if a group comes in, and I'm not trying to knock anyone, but they come in, have an event, the next thing you know, the health department comes in that morning and checks things. Well, it was clean when we left here, and they gig us.
One thing we got to get clarification on is, and Ms. O'Brien was in the audience, I believe we have actually received guidance. We typically stay away from the kitchen area because of that health department requirement. And that might be something when you get clarity on to do a modification of the policy to spell out about the kitchen. Because we have had requests for fundraisers, can we use your kitchen? And we had to say no because of that equipment that's in there. And, you know, it's difficult if you're trying to have an event on a Friday night or a Saturday and cafeteria staff comes back on Monday and it's in disarray. So, you know, we really definitely need to clarify that. That might be something I could bring back to you all next month for a point of clarity as it relates to the use of kitchens in the policy. Ms. Grady, can we do that out just to do, or we need that on the table for 30 days with, if we do any kind of clerical change in the policy?
It probably needs to lay on the table.
Okay, so we could bring a recommended change to you all with that. And
For
then
the use of facilities, that will be up to you to develop a list of those facilities available for school use. That doesn't even have to be approved.
right. So just any changes as it relates to kitchens, they would need to. So we can consult our health department, child nutrition. We can clarify that part, bring that to you all next month to table it and then take action on it in June.
And in the past, whenever they have used a cafeteria, we've had to pay a cafeteria worker to work.
Okay.
Well, that's
Good. Thank you.
That's comforting there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because those folks know that area and they're responsible, you know, because that would be the time a health inspector would come that Monday morning to the kitchen when it had been used like that. So thank you, Ms. Harrington, for that clarification. All right. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Atkinson, and this time, 8.05, the property at Booker T. Washington, we'll go back to.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. As you know, Booker T. Washington was closed for students a few years ago. And at that time, the goal was to try to use the facility as an educational resource center. We did use it some. There was actually some office spaces there as well. There are some concerns as relates to continued use of that building. You know, obviously some building maintenance. And of course, it's not being occupied as a school right now. And so what we have done, we have a couple of spaces across the street that we are setting up for training, make it more centralized where, you know, employees were, I mean, if they were at East Arcadia, we're having to drive for training here or from Tar Heel all the way there. But at this point, we are no longer using that facility. And I do know there are some statutory requirements, and I'll let Mr. Grady chime in on this as well. There is a general statute 115C 518 that deals with the disposition of school property. Obviously, there's things you have to go through if it was occupied by students with hearings, that kind of thing. We've already crossed that area. That's taken care of. It's not being occupied by students. But there is one building in particular that's in severe need of some repair, and don't know if it could even be repaired with a challenge. You have the gymnasium area and a couple other parts of that building. So just want to make the board aware of this general statute. Mr. Grady can probably expand upon what the board's next steps would need to be should we decide to do something with that property. But if it's for information, not Mr. Grady, would you like to expand on the?
Well, I'll just tell you there's three steps primarily. The board would first have to pass a resolution that the property is no longer necessary for school purposes. Number two, you then have to offer it to the county commissioners for the fair market value. And then number three, you cannot donate the property. You can only sell the property for fair market value. What that is, I don't have a clue. There is a historical exception that we might have used for Lakeview focus, but it's a very limited exception, and I'd have to know more about the building and whether or not it might fit. But generally, you're not going to be able to just convey it without. I think we did convey one school years ago, but we had a special legislative act that was passed by the legislature that authorized it. So that's kind of procedure.
Any questions for us? And this will be something that we would like to consider bringing to you all for a resolution next month, since we are no longer using this property.
Next month.
So you want to bring it to us to determine whether we need to keep the building
or whether we want to utilize it for something or?
Well, we would draft a resolution if we decided not to maintain the building for school purposes. And that would allow us to move forward with the next steps past the resolution. If that's the board's desire, then it'll be offered to the county commissioners. They have to get first opportunity for the property for fair market value. But the board can decide next month, do we want to keep the property, take the expenses to maintain the facility if it's not being used presently. Or what I'll do is I'll work with Mr. Grady, we'll draft that resolution for consideration next month. You all can tell us if we want to move forward or not move forward, but we'll have that prepared in the event that you all do want to move forward.
Do we currently have any costs for this school this time?
So we've got.
Are we incurring any costs?
We are utilities. We've had to fix some things along the way while we've been using it. But I know there's some concerns about the HVAC unit in the cafeteria area right now. There's a wing that's got some severe deficiencies in it right now. To the point is, we have not used it for probably last month, I think so. Just because of some concerns with health and safety in that facility right now.
So basically just HVAC and the lights being on.
And alarm monitoring, that kind of thing. And then we've, obviously the grass has to be maintained. It's getting that time of the year again. And we would have to do that. We have to keep those utilities. We have terminated the internet service in there as of right now because we're not using the facility. So that's one thing we could stop without causing any issues. But at this point, we just want to see what the board's pleasure would be next month. And we want to kind of highlight what those steps would be if you all decide to move forward.
We do have somebody checking the building on a periodic.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But we discussed it in the facilities committee, and we decided we didn't need it. We are paying expenses that we don't need. And then that we would have to repair anything and it costs, we don't need that. So and then a lot of things is wrong with it.
Well, I will say that if we're gonna get rid of it and pass the resolution and move it to the county commissioners for their platform, no taking it back. So that things about it really hard.
Well, of course, if you pass the resolution that is no longer necessary for school purposes, and it goes to the county commissioners and they don't want it, then you got it back. And then you can't tell they accept fair market value unless there's an exception. So just because you pass that resolution doesn't mean that you're necessarily not going to have that liability.
Okay, that's good. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Dr. Atkins, for that information. We'll move to 8.06 and our dropout report from Ms. Esters.
And Chairman Benton, foremost, Ms. Esters was unable to be here this evening due to a family emergency. Ms. Ann Brown is going to come on her behalf to share some information with you all.
Good evening, Mr. Board Chair and Board. Ms. Esters, like we said, is not here. But the dropout rate for Bladen County Schools for 2021-22 school year was 42. It was 23 more than last year. That was 19. We do not have the information for the 2023 school year. It will be this time next year when we receive that. At the lower level, it shows you that we had 20 from East Bladen, West Bladen, 21, early college, 1 dropout, giving us the total dropout for this. And the increase, we know that that does include impact from COVID. So do you have any questions, and you can email those questions or concerns to.
We saw a trend with some students that actually during the pandemic that dropped out, went to work for family obligations. So that's why we feel like that number, we have not been that high in quite some time. In fact, our numbers were trending down. So we attribute that. That's the 21 data.
27, 18, it was 29, 31, and then just before the pandemic, it was only 15 dropout.
I know you don't have the numbers from this year, but I mean, obviously you know who their students are. Is there a way to see if we're tracking back again?
Yes, and like she said, that you could email her and she'll share any information if you
Okay.
need. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, we'll move on to consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion that we approve our consent agenda.
Second.
Moving properly second that we approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? There's no discussion. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise. Is none, motion carries. Consent agenda is approved. We'll move down to number 10, action items. 10.01, the electric bus CPA procurement Tar Hill School project. And who can?
That's me again.
And
And Mr.
on that,
Mr. Burris was not able to be with us this evening. Again, we do have, Tar Heel project has already been shared with the board. That was a grant provided to provide the electric buses, and charging stations for, the school there that would serve multi-purpose, obviously for, not only for buses, but to offload the charge of solar on that building facility as well. So that energy stays on site. That will actually solar from the school will power those buses. This purchase order will actually be coming from the county of Bladen. That's already been drafted. The purchase order is there. We just need the board's consent tonight to continue moving forward with the project. There's no cost to the district. In fact, we have a letter from the state energy office. They're providing the gap funding. So what the grant didn't cover, the state energy office has committed to paying that. This obviously is part of the construction project and not part of the construction project. Because if we were not having this particular setup, we would have had to put charging cells on the campus. That would have been at our cost as a part of the project budget. This is not a part of that cost. So I was asking the board tonight to approve the documentation for the EPA procurement and allow the county of Bladen to submit that purchase order on our behalf.
Do these buses not come with cameras on them?
They will have to have cameras on, yes, sir.
The cameras, when we get them, they will be taken off of the old buses. And the manufacturer will install them on the new buses.
Thank you, Doctor.
we need a motion. The motion. Okay, entertain a motion that we approve this.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? There is none. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye. All opposed likewise. Motion carries. So 10.01. The electric bus EPA procurement for Tar Heel School. Documentation passes. 10.02, approval of the 23-24 recruitment and retention plan. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. This is our final year of ESSER funding. That is, we're about to embark on. As you know, for the last year, we did have a recruitment and retention plan in place to utilize ESSER dollars. This, for the most part, is the same as it was previously. We provide a retention bonus to employees who were employed as of June 1 or return to work and maintain employment through September 30th. Will be 2,000 full-time employees, 1,000 for anyone that's part-time at that point. That will be done in September 30th payroll. And we have another one at mid-year that is done. That is prorated based upon the percentage of employment. And the same thing as we had in the spring as well. And it's related to sign-on bonuses. We did make one modification here. We did increase these slightly for recruitment purposes. Previously, we had $500 for a classified position, now offering $1,000. For permit to teach was $1,000. We're taking it to $1,500. Initial and residence was $1,500. We're taking that to $2,000. And hard to staff teaching areas is defined by the superintendent had been 5,000. We've taken that to 6. So that is the change. We're maintaining the other parts of the plan. This will definitely, we've seen a good return on investment with this, not only for our current staff who definitely feel very much appreciated. The board and administration has worked hard to provide these while we had this special funding for staff. And then also to help us in our recruitment efforts for new staff. So we're asking the board tonight to approve the 2023-2024 recruitment and retention plan as presented.
Question, Jason, only hard to staff.
Let's get our motion and our second and then discuss it. Okay, because I already heard a motion. So we can get a second. Okay, been moved proper second, and we approve 23-24 recruitment retention plan. Is there any discussion?
The hardest staff teaching areas, can you elaborate on that?
That's any that we have had issue filling. Basically, if we've had a vacancy that's been there for quite some time and some of those difficult areas, EC is one of those areas. They're hard to find. I've got a vacancy for EC that's been open about most of the year. So an area like that, we had difficulties last year in some of the arts education areas and math. So that would just depend on, at the time, what are we having difficulty filling? And that actually helped us. We now have all of our math positions have been filled. We felt like maybe taking it up a little bit because again, you've got other districts that are competing with you. Now, what happens after this year? Unless local government, our county can help us support something to this nature, this funding goes away. So we have one more year of these funds to be able to do this. But we have seen, obviously, our vacancies have gone down quite a bit. But that would be any area that we felt like we were not getting any lack of applications or hard to find qualified personnel in. So we already know EC is going to be one of those areas moving forward next year because we've had that vacancy that's been there. So any other area that I feel maybe we're hard to staff, we may add that area as well. But at this point right now, we're just targeting EC at this point.
Any more discussion? If not, we'll proceed with the vote. All those in favor of the approval of the 23-24 recruitment retention plan, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed likewise. Opposition, motion carried. Okay, 10.03, consideration of change to the uniform policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. We recently did a survey regarding the school uniforms. We currently, our student dress code policy 4316 is already in place. The only difference is there's a section where you place uniforms or not. As shared in updates last month, we wanted to see what kind of feedback. We did have 153 responses on this survey that went out. As it relates to keeping the uniform policy, we had 28 responses that said to keep the uniforms as they are. That's about 18.3% of the population or the respondents, excuse me. And then we had 125 responses that said, no, we don't want the uniform policy. And that's 81.7% as it relates to responses in the negative. I know that in previous year, it was a part of the dress code that was relaxed as it relates to the wearing of jeans. We have heard from principals. It has been quite a challenge to enforce the uniform policy. We've had several factors. Some families have had difficulties finding uniform clothing, the polos, khakis, etc. We added the jeans last year. Some of them could probably spend all day just dealing with dress code violations because it is such stringent. At one time, there was a lot of research that said uniforms help decrease issues as it relates to discipline. Now the research is telling us they have not seen much of a change in impact on uniforms versus not having uniforms. So we kind of wanted to get that feedback to ask the board tonight as we move into, because we're obviously getting ready to, we're planning it's difficult because now you're finishing a school year, but you're actively trying to get another one started. So obviously for parents and families, we want to give them a heads up on what that may look like for next year. Are we as a board going to continue with uniforms or not? Because if we do, obviously families need to again begin making that preparation to find those if we decide to make that change. We do have a proposed student dress code that's in here. One of our neighboring counties that had uniforms moved to this last year. This looks very similar to what they have. It outlines some specifics as it relates to headgear, jewelry, and tattooing, and clothing that has illegal drug, tobacco use, all the things that would have been in a normal dress code before that we used to have a long time ago is basically there. It obviously gives the principal discretion, and this actually exists in our current policy now. Before receiving disciplinary action, a student who's not compliant should be given a reasonable amount of time to make adjustments. So, that's still there. Really, the bulk of the change, if it's the board's pleasure, would be to move away from a uniform guideline for dress versus a defined student dress. I just want to share, I hope we'd had a few more responses, but we got 153. So it was 81.7 that believed we did not need to continue uniforms and 18.3 that believed we did. So you've definitely got some on both sides of that. But the overwhelming majority is saying that we should not have school uniforms for the 23-24 school year.
Chairman Dent, yes. What would I have to do to table this to next month? A motion. A motion to table should be sufficient. Would that be correct there? I'd like to make a motion to table this until I could, reach out and get more information from the community to see what they want to do. Okay, it's been moved.
I'll second that.
Moved properly second. Okay, now is there any discussion that we table?
I don't know if this is appropriate to ask now or wait until we take it up again. It's just a question concerning something that I read in this proposal where it said that each school shall make a provision for any student that has trouble getting or complying with the uniforms to help with funding. My question is, when parents buy clothes for their own kids, I'm talking regular street clothes. Before there was a uniform policy, was a school offering assistance for that? And in other words, if the uniforms, unless the uniforms cost more than regular clothes, why are we offering to pay for clothes for kids when if they didn't have a uniform, their parents would buy them regular clothes anyhow?
And Mr. Kwiatkowski, based on my knowledge, we were not providing assistance with clothing unless there was churches and other organizations prior to the uniform policy. As it relates to, since we've had the uniform policy, any students that qualified under McKinney-Vento, those were provided because it was a school requirement. So families did get assistance if they qualified under that. But to my knowledge, to answer your question, I was not aware that the school itself provided any assistance with regular clothing before.
I know after COVID had come through and all that, I don't know if it messed up the production schedule, but finding some of the khaki pants and all that, and that's kind of where we came in and, backed off of the blue jeans and added them in. It was really tough to find certain clothing at one time for the uniforms. I mean, I think it's all recovered now, but I would just love to have a little bit more community input before we went forward.
Would you all like for us to reopen the survey as well to try to generate more responses? We could do that and take it out another. That would also maybe help if you want us to do that. That's something y'all would like for us to do.
Like to reopen them. Also, maybe get the principals to send us some general feedback on what their issues are, and what their concerns are, and what the pros are, and what the cons are. Because ultimately they're dealing with it on a daily. And that might give us some much needed feedback on obviously the parents are going to give it, but the principals are dealing with it on a daily. So let's get some information back from them, in this instance as well, just to kind of get a level set.
We we have a principals meeting on Wednesday, so I can generate a document from them and just share with you all. These are what our principals are saying on both sides.
There's some bullet points so we know what we're doing and then open the survey back up.
What we could do is have the survey closed maybe the week before the May meeting. And that would give them about 2.5, 3 weeks. So we can actually reopen it tomorrow, do a push again. And then I will try to have this document from the principals to you all by the end of the week. So
Yeah, I was going to just piggyback on Mr. Singletary, how much disruption at the start of the school morning or school day, these children, you didn't have a bell, go to office, you know, they could have been in class. How much disruption is there? I know some schools have little closed closet or something, but that's got to hinder them a little bit.
So what are we gonna do to a child if he don't get his uniform?
I think it needs, you know, I'm just speaking out here, but you know, it's a parent's responsibility to make sure the kid got what he's supposed to have when he leaves home. So what we do to the kid needs to refer back to the parent who didn't set him up for success for that day. You know, much like what I do, come to work, you're not professional, you got to go back home. Well, in this case, somebody's got to come take care of that possibility. So, you know, was it the kid's fault? I'm not sure, but somebody got him up, got him to school. So where does that fall back on the parent? Okay, so at some point, yes, we got to get him fixed, but that parent's got to have a discussion as well. So they understand, hey, you know, he come today with no belt, or, you know, we provided, or he wore a t-shirt and he's supposed to wear a collared shirt. So all these rules go out, but where do the parents lay in responsibility for that?
And that same thing would apply even if you didn't have uniforms. We're talking about just regular dress code for regular clothes.
Right.
There's violations of that too.
Yeah.
Years ago, did we have that much issue with regular street clothes? I know things have changed.
Right.
But whenever we went to school, we had blue jeans, t-shirts.
based on,
I think one of the things that we need to consider in dress code, which is some of the reasons why we went to dress codes, if I do remember correctly, is that some families are not as adequately prepared. I may use that as a term. Financial issues, there's all kinds of things that go into play. But regardless of where that child is or what family they're assigned to or what family they come from, they still deserve an education. And those dress codes, prior to the dress codes, we had issues with kids being bullied because one child didn't have this or one child didn't have that. And then when things were requested or basically put as a mandate for whatever program they might have been in, they needed to have, they couldn't meet those requirements. So we kind of came to the point of saying, okay, this is going to be the standard across the board, and let's just make it easy for everybody. And in doing so, the departments that sell these clothes took in consideration that the cost was something they need to consider. So if we go back to a standard of not having a dress code, there's other issues that's going to come with that. And we got to be prepared for that.
right, well, we would have a dress code, just being, it would not specify, if the board showed, we would not specify uniform, but we would have to spell out, these are the allowable clothing that can be worn.
I understand.
Yeah, that would identify what, you know, you can not have anything that has anything obscene or those kind of things like that. But again, that would be, you know, falls back on the judgment of the principal at that time to say this is appropriate, not appropriate.
To piggyback off of Mackie there, I ain't gonna say but one thing about this, I'm not trying to nitpick this at all, but number 6 down there, clothing is torn, cut, sliced, shredded. In general, you can say anywhere from 4 inches above the knee or whatever. Not to try to have a woe is me or a, oh, look at me, you know, I want sympathy moment, but you know, I grew up in not the greatest of conditions in school, you know, with my parents. You're gonna have kids that go to school. Their parents don't care to buy them new clothes. Mine sure didn't. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, they're gonna have cuts and slices and shreds. I mean, there is some that will. I'm just saying, and we need to prepare for that.
And to go, I think of that statement on there, again, that's just a draft. We could modify that. In fact, we thought about taking it, since it's going to potentially be tabled, having the principals look over that Wednesday when we meet about if we don't have uniforms, let's look at this draft. But the goal of that was not to have any slits basically above the knee so that any undergarments or things maybe show.
I understand that.
Yeah, so that actually makes it a little more open because now I tell you, it's amazing. Used to you're trying to get patches for pants, but now you buy them and they've already got the holes in them. So this was to kind of talk about anything below the knee, because sometimes you buy jeans, they're already shredded at the bottom. That's just the style they have now.
Here's something.
But you know, if principals, if you talk to these principals, they pretty much have their own dress code at their school.
See, states,
They all are different.
Here's what I'll say, you know, in a professional environment, you're trying to prepare these kids for jobs and, you know, whatever they do through high school, you got to have some kind of standard for them, because when kids walk into a job environment, they sit down in a chair and they got holes in their jeans and they got this and that shirt on, they're wearing Crocs. Not going to probably get an interview that day. I'm just saying. So, you know, whatever we decide, we have to have a standard. Because we might be the only standard that they have. So when they get to the next level, showing up for, you know, with a suit and tie or a shirt, collared shirt, a pair of khaki pants and nice shoes, you know, invites me to want to talk to them and get more out, you know, have more conversation. But, you know, not saying that person with the Crocs and the you know, the shirt that looks like it, you know, hadn't been ironed in a few days, might not be the best person for the job, but it's not the most inviting. So at some point we have to look at it. Are we setting a standard or helping them set a standard? We get to the next, whatever their aspirations is to go to college or be a professional at. So just a thought.
There are many trends that were not around when we were in school.
Yeah.
And some of those trends they're out there.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta leave me out of that because I'm younger than y'all.
Okay, y'all remember, we're considering 10.03, a motion to table consideration of change to uniform policy. So all those in favor of tabling the change to uniform policy, let know by saying aye. All opposed likewise. No opposition. Motion to table carries.
And I will get that information from principals to you all by the end of the week. So.
Okay, and Dr. Atkinson, I guess we'll go to you again on the approval of standard operating procedure at 10.04.
Thank you.
I make a motion to table that also.
I second that motion.
I don't like some of the wording and
Okay, it's been moved and we got a second, so now we're discussing it. Tabling 10.04 approval of standard operating procedure. Any more discussion? Go ahead, who's discussing it? There's
I would like to say something. I too agree with the fact that some of the wording is not appropriate. Some of the things that are outlined in it don't seem to line up with the proper procedures for boards and staff. So can't support it at this time. I think we need to relook at this and make sure we're doing things where we're supposed to do it.
I have a question. How do we come to this drafting?
This was shared as a part of School Board Association law symposium. And this was in a presentation about, and all it is that it's taken, they suggested a document that would outline standard procedures. They're already board policies, but they said it often it's easier to clarify in a standard operating procedures when these kind of things happen, so that it clarifies not only for parents, families, staff, students, board, superintendent, administration, what those are. Now, Mr. Grady has had a chance to look over this. In fact, this is basically the same as what was in the other county that was shared. with us. But if there's anything we'd like for us to review specifically, we can go back and double check the policy or double check the items to make sure that it does align with what our policy states.
What other county are we talking
It
about?
is the same as the other county. I think there were some deletions.
Right. Right, and you suggested they come out that because they did not really align with our, because, some boards do have other policies that may be different, so, but,
I'd like to study this one.
oh, you can't definitely, I mean, that's why
I'd like to study this
we
one.
do that.
What other county are we referring to?
Cumberland County was where the presentation.
Cumberland County?
Yes, sir, and it's on their website. There was 2 or 3 items, I think Mr. Grady removed that one, not be as specific to us.
Yeah.
But we can bring it back next month with no issue. And if you see something you want us to look at, if you let me know, Mr. Gray, and I can review it to make sure that we're lined up with our policy.
Yeah, I think we need time to look at whatever Cumberland County might have in place, and because there's definitely some issues with this right here.
I can actually email you all a copy of Cumberland's and this one. And if you see something, could have shared among our board list for all members, and then Mr. Gray and I can take a look to make sure that there's not any policy concerns with that. We definitely want to be in line with policy, and that's what we want to do. So.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, and now we will proceed with the vote. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed likewise. No. Okay. Do have opposition, but I think it carried.
What was your count on that? Just 7-1
or 7. Well, and I didn't vote.
Okay.
I would vote against it if I voted, so.
Yeah. Thank you all. We'll, I'll send that, Cumberland County document to you all as well. And again, if you have something that, sticks out at you that may be a concern, Mr. Gray and I can recommend it the next meeting.
Okay. 10.05, consideration resolution opposing House Bill 291. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. This comes as a recommendation document from the North Carolina School Board Association. This is one they're asking school boards to adopt. This deals with the current proposed House Bill 219, better known as Charter School Omnibus Bill. This resolution talks about specifically some of the areas that have been historically protected funds. Where House Bill 219 creates an unequal rather than equal local funding sharing for K-12. One of those being obviously fund balance, states that charter schools do not have to share their savings account with local school districts. And the Fund 8 was created for some of those funds like grants and things, sales tax reimbursement that the school system qualifies for are put into Fund 8. And if this House Bill 219 passes, that means any grants that the school system writes and gets, that money would have to be shared with them, even if they don't have that programs. For example, would be pre-K. I think pre-K is mentioned a little bit later in the document. The charter school does not have a pre-K program, and House Bill 219 passes. Even if they don't have pre-K, we have to give them a share of our pre-K money, and where we're required to spend it for pre-K purposes, they could use it for whatever they wanted to. So also federal reimbursements. Child nutrition program is one of those. When it comes to sales tax, we get back local sales tax. Charters currently get back local and state, so they get the sales tax back on what they purchase. If this bill passes, even if we purchase it here, they would get a portion of our sales tax for things that we purchased and not them. There's things about tuition and fees. We don't have a whole lot of that in our district. I mentioned the sales tax refunds. There are several things that it outlines. So the School Board Association is asking all school systems, school boards, to consider adopting a resolution. If you all do approve this resolution tonight, it will be endorsed by the board chair and attested by myself. This would be mailed to all House members and Senate members for North Carolina.
I make a motion to approve it.
Second. It's been moved and properly second that we consideration of resolution to opposing House Bill 291. Is there any more discussion?
Yes, sir. How many of us have read House Bill 219 and compared it with current law?
291.
Or is it 291?
Yeah.
And are we in a position, do we have all the information to make an informed vote?
I have. There was a law conference, a couple of 3 weeks ago or something, and I was actually a part of that, and this is no good. We're giving up everything and not getting nothing in return, just to summarize it.
I read it.
I mean, I've read it, but I can't say that I understood every single.
They've included a lot of things, not necessarily specific. They've combined a few things into this bill that are not necessarily specific to this part of it. But it's just troublesome enough for these things that, sometimes they'll do that with some bills. They'll put 2 or 3 things together and try to move it forward.
The whole bill is very troublesome. They explained it. I mean, we had like 2 days of this law conference a couple of weeks back. They explained all of it. I have notes. If you want to get with me, we'll go over it. I've also got all the PowerPoints as well from it.
That's all I had.
We got a motion
And so
and a second. Any more discussion? Okay, if there's no more discussion. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed likewise.
Abstain. Can I do that?
Yes.
You may.
Abstain.
Okay. Have one abstention, it looks like. Motion carries. A 10.06, approval of student technology device replacement. Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chairman Benton and board members. You have before you the quote for the replacement. As you all know, the testing for students has moved totally online. And as we've gone through the pandemic, went through remote learning, we're at that point now. We do have ESSER dollars. This is a part of our ESSER plan to refresh these technology devices. In the past, this has been part of a rotation with capital outlay. Every year or two, we would do a great span. This is an opportunity to use those dollars, which are part of our plan, to go ahead and refresh all student devices in the district as a part of ESSER money. It's not coming out of the general operating budget for the school system. The best quote of the 3 is the Dell device. This does include the accidental damage and protection coverage if they're dropped, which happens a lot, damage, broken screens, all that's replaced. So we're asking the board tonight to approve this purchase using ESSER dollars to refresh all of the student computers in the district.
Before we do that, Jason, do you have any devices for us to look at? Or?
No, sir. We have utilized.
Can we pull it up?
I mean, it's the Chromebook that it's very similar. I mean, they all look about the same. This mouse is not wanting to cooperate with me.
Look at what we're doing.
It's a little bit bigger than that. So trying to think, anybody got a Chromebook here? Probably not.
I mean, it's what I'm saying, there's several versions out there.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to make sure we get something that's good for them.
Well, that's why we had just didn't let me move out of this window for whatever reason. We evaluated. Right now, majority of students have an ASUS device, and it has not worked very well. During the pandemic, they pushed it out. ASUS is what they had, and during at the time, that's all we could get. That's all we could get. Well, we have had good luck with Dell. Dell was cost prohibitive before; they couldn't get the devices. We've had this Dell similar model before, and we hadn't had nowhere near the issue. So we're very confident. We got a proposal here from CW on Dell, Lenovo. I think HP was the other one. This one, obviously lowest price, but we know that the reviews, it's got all the ports, it's got necessary memory. And we've had good luck with the Dell previous model that we had before. But we're at a place now that we're going to be we've already got a few coming just to get us through, because right now with the ASUS devices that there's so many not working, and the loaner pool has been pretty much depleted. So we've got a cushion to get us through the end of this year, but we've got to go ahead and get this order in so that we can have them ready to deploy. And if some come in before, we'll go ahead and switch them out. But the goal is to have these in place for when school starts.
And this is the total?
Yes, sir. That's total. And that's 4,000 devices. Yep. Now, if it had been a traditional Windows or Mac device, it would have been a whole lot more than this, but we are Google Apps for Ed District. So that does allow us to do that. And it's, when we've done it before, we've had to lease them because of the cost. In years past, we've done them through capital outlay. We do like 1 year, we'd have to start one with 912, and then we'd have to do 6-8, and then elementary got very convoluted, and only we were able to do it then was to lease them, even with just a small group. So we do have the funding for this through ESSER to allow us to get ahead and then get us back on our refresh cycle. So every 2 or 3 years, we can start doing a staggered replacement and get us back on our refresh cycle. We're very confident in this device. And I think having one thing we had not had until the last time or two, the ADP, and that's definitely paid for itself to have that accidental protection and coverage, because kids are going to drop them. And
That was the next thing I was gonna say.
right, so
Problems with the chargers.
right,
We lose them.
covers all of that.
Dropping them.
This takes that factory warranty as an accidental coverage. It takes it out for 3 years. So I have a 3-year coverage on these.
Okay, we need a motion to approve student technology device replacement.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye. Well, any more discussion?
Yes, sir. How old are the current devices?
Mr. Crockett, we've got some that are kind of all over the place. The ASUS, Susan, correct if I'm wrong, they're in year 3, I believe. And we actually have some Dells that were working for us that were similar to this, but you get to a point where the operating system will not go any further. And that's caused the issue. We've had to use, some of the Dells have helped us with a loaner pool to get us through now.
Yeah, there's a memory issue.
Right. Mhm.
Yeah.
So this would have the most current OS. So we've got them anywhere from 3 years up to 5 years probably, and maybe some older than that if we've tried to update beyond. But Chromebooks are considered disposable devices. After about 3 or 4 years, you're having to refresh them. Kind of same thing, like Apple, they'll change an adapter one time and you've got to change everything you've got that's attached to it. They know the market and what
We're
they're
looking at repeating this again in just 2 or 3 years.
right. Well, what we hope to do is get us back on our refresh, because we wouldn't be pushing it probably as soon this year if we didn't have so many that were not working. Because typically we do have them on a refresh cycle, but we do have an opportunity with the funding already there. And it's already in our ESSER plan about device refreshment. So we'd just be fulfilling that. We have a chance to go ahead and get them all new and then get ourselves back on that cycle. So what we would probably do is the heaviest use a lot of times comes out of high school. So in that next 2-3 year cycle, it's okay. Now we're going to look at the high school refreshment. The next year we come back for middle and then elementary and then get us on a cycle again. Then it'll be a much more manageable payment versus all this at one time.
Thank you, sir.
How many extras are we purchasing?
This will provide about 300 additional spares. And they be placed throughout the school. So if a child drops one, they can check out one of those while that one's getting repaired. So yeah, that's been a problem now because they don't have a loaner. They've had to take their loaner pool, and the coverage that we have on these other ones has been nowhere near this ADP. And a lot of times Susan can tell you they might send us a check back and say, we're not going to repair it and give us $150. So they're not really truly replacing or repairing those devices as this agreement would do.
And what about them getting stolen?
That's also covered under this as well. I think you get one instance for it being stolen. But the other things that it's got, in terms of that policy that covers the ADP. Yeah, theft is on that list. Because we have had that happen, unfortunately.
Yes, we have.
A time or two. So we try to teach the students responsibility for the device, but even in that, sometimes they walk off. I have had to go to the DOT office in Robinson County to pick one up that was beside the road they had picked up for us. I've been to a pawn shop to get our device back before. So one thing about this, they'll be clear to mark with our asset tags. And
my person had to go on the road and pick up one from the side of the road.
Yeah. Now, one thing about these two is with our Go Garden system, these can be tracked, not in terms of, if it goes offline, we can see it's been thrown. It's not in our area, it's away from the school, it's away from the county. So that's one thing that is a part of that Google package now, is that they're able to do that. So that's another safety feature that we hadn't had in times past.
Does this wipe out our ESSER fund?
No.
Okay.
No, sir. No, so like the recruitment retention was part of that tonight. This would be And we got some things to do, a few other things for other projects that we've talked about, playgrounds, that kind of thing, that we're going to look at bringing to you all later to finish out the remainder of ESSER. We're trying to use it wisely and for its intended purposes.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve of student technology device replacement, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise. Opposition, motion carries. 10.07, spring 2023 custom policy updates, Dr. Axe.
Thank you, Chairman Bennett and board members. This time I'd like to request the board, in accordance with our policy, to place the spring 2023 custom policy updates on the table to be considered at next month's meeting.
I'll make a motion to do that. I'm gonna always make a motion when you bring some new policy. Give me a chance to study it, so I'll make that motion.
Right.
Okay, well, motion to table. Okay, we need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded that we table 10.07 spring 2023 custom policy updates. Is there any discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries. So it will be tabled 10.07. Okay, 10.08, approval of 23-24 proposed current expense budget. Yes, getting changed up a little bit with that.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members, and Dr. Atkinson. Before you end board docs, you have three options. You've got option A, B, and C for the 23-24 budget. This process starts with us, and we have to approve the budget in order to take it to the county commissioners. This is only the current expense budget, so this is only our local budget at this time that we have to take to the county commissioners so that they will approve. We had our finance ad hoc committee meeting. Just want to go over a few things with you that is in all three budgets, and then I'm going to explain the difference in each of the budgets so that you'll know what's going on. In all three of the budgets this year, as a proposed budget for the 23-24 school year, we did an estimate of a 6% increase across the board for salaries. That 6% came from the governor's budget and the House budget, which have both been approved now, and it's at the Senate. And for the local current expense budget, we have to give our local paid employees the same increase that we give our state or federal paid employees. So it's between a 5% and a 10%, anywhere in between there, because if you read the House budget and the governor's budget, it's where a lot of times things get mixed up, is because they'll say teachers are getting, for an example, a 7% increase, an average. I always pay attention to that word average, because some teachers may get a 2% increase and some may get a 7% increase. So they use that word average in there. So we're looking at between a 5 and 10%. So in this budget, as we were creating this budget, we used a 6% increase, which was about the middle of the road, so that we would know what we were looking at. There's an increase in retirement based on the House and the Senate budget. So DPI is telling us to use 24.62, which is half increase in retirement for next year. Increase in health insurance, it's about $300 an employee. It's for $7,019 this year. Next year, they're looking at $7,397. We are also in this current expense budget looking at a 2% increase in supplement pay. You remember last year, for those of you that were here, we did a increase in our supplements, stating that we would like to increase them as years come. Our classified employees or our non-certified employees had never had a supplement before, so we gave, the county commissioners gave us the money to give them a 2% increase, and we increased teacher supplements all the way back through. So we're looking at all three budgets have the 2% increase for the supplement. All three of your options have moving our assistant principals. Our assistant principals are 10-month employees, so they do not work in June or July. They do not get a paycheck in June or July, but they're often needed in the schools. So we're looking at moving our APs to 11-month positions. That means they would work from August 1st mostly, or they could divide it, work 2 weeks at the end of the year, 2 weeks at the beginning of the year, however they're needed in school. And then also adding, due to the numbers of students at ETP and at Tar Heel, adding another assistant principal to those schools. Also looking at increasing our coaching supplements. We put $50,000 in to try to look at our coaching supplements, because our coaching supplements have not been increased in many years. And then also there's an RFP out right now for mowing contracts in schools that's due back in here as of April 28th. So all of these budgets have those items in as an change in our budget, which would increase our budget. If you look at option A, $1,033,431.95. That would be the increase that we're asking the county commissioners for. Now, option B and option C in our ad hoc finance committee, the discussion came up about teacher assistants, because teacher assistants are not required in any other grades except kindergarten, and then one for every grade in first grade. Is that right, Dr. Atkins? So option B is to add a teacher assistant to all grades 1 through 3, all classrooms grades 1 through 3. And you will see that would be adding 31 teacher assistants. And that would be increasing the amount that we ask the county commissioners with the salary for the teacher assistant and their benefits. It would be increasing the request to $2.4 million to the county commissioners.
Yeah, that ain't gonna go fast.
Option C is, I'm sorry, option C, I thought you were asking me a question, is to add, maybe do something like what we were talking about, is maybe add 1 grade this year for teacher assistants, next year add another grade. So that would be adding just first grade, which would be adding 11 teacher assistants and asking the county to fund $1.5 million. So what we have to do, what we need to do tonight is decide on what we're going to ask the county commissioners for, so that we can get them a request in tomorrow.
Seriously, can you share any information about the proposed state budget? And they were talking about adding teacher assistants in the state line, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
There is the talk is out there now to add a line in the state budget to increase the number of teacher assistants that are in the schools. They've not listed any details on what grades or anything. They're just an overall line item in the state budget to add teacher assistants to public education. Is there anything else?
Now, did they give any indication of how they're planning on maybe increasing them? I mean, like
right now,
all the first grade classes and all second grade classes, and all third grade classes, or just 1 per first grade, 1 per second grade, 1 per third? Or we don't know.
the only information that I have received, and I think Dr. Atkinson has received from the state as of this point, is that they were going to increase the line item. Our teacher assistant line is PRCA 27, which is teacher assistant line item, and they would increase that line item. But they have not gotten to the weeds of telling us what those teacher assistants would be used for.
Is any of the other LEs doing this? Increasing the amount of teacher assistants they have at their schools?
Not that I have heard. I don't know that. I could try to find that out for you.
I have not specifically, Mr. Rhoda, no.
So when we got to propose, give this budget to the county commissions?
We need it now, actually, because
They've already called.
I've already asked for it.
They gotta.
Yeah, they'll have their budget planning sessions coming up. So we just need to determine which proposal we'd like to give them. I've already written a budget message for all 3 options. So that's ready to go. So once you all determine tonight which option will move forward, we can send. I'm required to provide a budget message, which goes in a little more detail about some of the specific things. So we would submit that to the county office tomorrow. So whichever option A, not knowing what the state's going to do, option A, it has all of our items that Ms. Harris had mentioned that were across the board, that fits in all three. B is where it gets into if you want to ask for adding grades 1 through 3. And then option C just looks at doing 1 grade level per year. So it'll be like first grade for this year, but not knowing right now what the state's going to do, it kind of puts us at a disservice because we don't want to make the request and then the state provide it. And then that put us in a situation because we definitely, one thing I know we're going to do is we're going to, whatever we ask the county for, we're going to make sure that money we asked for is used for that purpose. So we don't want to get to a situation where there's mistrust between the school system and the county, because we want to make sure what we're asking for is what we're going to use that money for, without their permission. So if we asked for the TAs and the state provided them, we could always go back and say, well, they provided this, how would you like for us to make our budget adjustment? Or if we had another need we want to do. But at this point, it puts a disservice on us because we don't know. And there's so much up in the air at the state because you've got 2 chambers that's got to agree. Then it's got to go to the governor, and then it's got to be worked out again. So to give you a definite answer on will the state do it or not, we don't really know. But we also want to make sure that when we send a request, that it's something that we're going to, I also want to try to support and do. So if we ask for that, we want to, if we get it, it does, depending on the number of TAs, it does take that budget request. I think it's 1.1 base in option A. You had another 400,000 to do the 11. Is that correct? And then I think it takes up to 2.2 on option B. So I guess we just got to determine tonight which proposal do we go ahead and send to them. I'm still having some unknowns. So we can only hope that the state's going to fund those things. But
Well, we don't know what the state's going to fund, but we can almost be assured that they're not going to fund all of them. So we would be safe asking for them to do it in increments and increase some TAs. Because folks, we need more teacher assistants in those doggone classrooms. And we need to stop just saying the county commissioners are not going to go along with it and start demanding that they do this so that we can give our children a better education.
And I will double
that they deserve.
So how long they got to get back with us?
Well, we pitched them a budget proposal. I think based on previous timeline, they take the month of May to work out their budget workshop. I think the county manager has to give them a proposal. They work through the ins and outs. And then typically the county commissioners will approve the budget, I think at their first meeting in June, or they'll call it, they call it end of May. Okay, so they'll have a special, okay, so I take it back. So it'll be a special meeting if they have 2 meetings a month. So if they don't take it up at the third week, they'll take it up at the end of the month then. So
get a letter before
okay.
May 31st.
So we would know what they are proposing to give us for next year. And that would include current expense. They have not asked us for anything on capital outlay yet at this point, but typically they'll have an allocation on that listing as well. And that's based upon sales tax for the county. So that fluctuates. So they just kind of give a proposed number on that.
I'll make an option for, or a motion for option C, but I think we need a clause in it that would, return any funding if the state comes in and, funds the teachers.
I'll say.
Okay, it's been. How we gonna add that clause in?
Well, what I can do,
So we need to include that in the motion.
we could note it on the budget document, and I could also modify the budget message to include that statement as
So
well.
we've got a motion and a second to approve, the 23-24 proposed current expense budget.
See, and that's with the clause added that if the state funds those positions, we'll contact the county about the return or their approval to use them for other purposes.
Any more discussion on that?
And how many do we actually need? We go with option C?
Option C will be 11 teacher assistant positions that would finish up first grade for all of our schools based on numbers this year.
That's doing it increments, which would be a little easier on the county because it's 31 if you would.
That's just for the first graders?
Right, the state we have one position now, so that would take care of the other first grade classes to do the 11. And then what we would do is, I'll make sure I put it in there. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure I put in the budget message in C that our goal is to do this progressively, a grade level each year after this year. If you fund first grade, we're going to ask you to add second grade the next year, then third grade. So that's.
So the next 2 years, we'd have to go back and adjust the budget to increase.
Have to ask for the additional positions each year. So if we recommended option C tonight, they go with it. You know, the budget message says, well, next year our intent is to come back to you. Thank you for doing K1. We want to now also add second grades and do it progressively. So we would ask them at that point, depending on however many teacher assistants will be needed, within the number of classrooms. And that number is going to change from year to year, depending on the number of students in that grade level. But, you know, I know we got the
Option B was what again?
31 teachers.
option B has all
grades.
K3.
$2.4 million.
You're not looking as big of a jump with C doing it progressive. It's about a $400,000, is that right, Ms. Harrison? Difference in the original request and asking for the 11 TA positions.
They lean toward it or?
We don't know. They've given us the information, but that's all. We haven't gotten any details.
Yeah, that
I've
makes it difficult for us, even in planning. We get so much stuff from the state late that it's hard. We've gone some years, was it last year? We didn't get a budget until December.
They don't answer to us.
Yeah. So, you know, it makes it difficult. Even like for us, we in this, we have yet to receive planning allotments. And, you know, we're trying to plan for next year, how many teachers are going to be in this grade level. We have not even, we're having to estimate based on what information we can pull. So it makes it difficult not having all that information up front, especially when a board and superintendent staff are charged to develop a local budget. You don't know what your shortfalls really are going to be. We can only guess what they're going to be based on historical information, but we just don't know.
So option A, just so I understand, this is for me personally, but option A, what's the biggest difference between option A and option C?
Option A does not add any teacher assistant. Option C adds 11 teacher assistants.
And we don't get the money for the coaches and stuff.
That's in all three.
That's an all, it's added.
Yeah, because we know that's,
When you choose, that is in all three.
that's been a big need.
That was what I was getting to. As you go to option B and C, it is more programmed or targeted at the teacher's assistant.
That's
Correct. That's the whole sole purpose of those.
Right.
Is to either propose the first grade only or do all, or ask for all of them. at the time.
All three.
Yeah, A has all those essential elements Ms. Harrison shared is in all three proposals, so that doesn't change.
The only thing that changes is
Yep.
the teacher assistant.
You know, and just like with the supplements, we know that to continue to be competitive, we've got to keep them moving. And because, you know, I in the budget message, I used the chart again I used last year to show where we fall at. Yes, we've improved, but we still have neighboring districts that we're competing against. You know, things like the coaches supplements, they have not been touched in many, many years. And we have folks that have agreed to continue coaching, and their colleagues in other counties are making a whole lot more in that. Now, will we be able to match those amounts? Probably not, but we've got to start moving that direction, because when you look at some of the coaching supplements and the time that's put in for practices and competitions, they're not making hardly anything at all.
And in the budget C, we've compensated for the increase in pay and all that.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, everything in the base is carried over in those other two.
Okay, all those in favor of proposing option C, that'd be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, likewise.
No.
Sounds like the motion carried one against.
Who said no?
I did.
Mr. Clark.
You can always ask and they say no, then you ain't, how do you know? Don't ask. I'm just saying.
Are you saying for option B?
Teachers need help. I mean, I'm just, it's out there. So, you know,
Okay. So he didn't vote against because he's against.
No.
He voted against it because he thinks we need to ask for all
It'd be
the.
beautiful if we could get all 31.
But the motion passed to ask for 11C, which would be to finish out the first grade, which would be better than what you got now. It's bad.
The dream.
You got, what you have is TAs in kindergarten, and you have what, one TA for the whole first grade.
Right.
Second and third.
I remember, and it's been a while, I remember when my elementary grades, we had TAs all through third grade. And it made a difference because whenever you're, those tender years, whenever you're working with students one-on-one, those skills, the teacher assistant is very valuable in those classrooms. I mean, it really is, so.
Okay, we'll move on to 10.09, approval of tennis court repairs at West and East Blade. Mr. Benny Lynn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Benjamin.
Hey, Mr. Lynn.
They are coming with actual approval moving forward with redoing tennis court at East and West Blade.
Question, Mr. Can I question this? Why you didn't put the track course on there, Mr. Benjamin?
Working on that also.
What do you mean?
It was, I got a bid, but I gotta get some more. That's gonna be next moving forward after this one.
No, but why can't we just go ahead and vote to get the tracks in there too? So it'll be on it.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to include the tracks.
You can do that again.
And this,
And I second that motion.
Well, from a funding perspective, if I can chime in, Chairman Ben, we do know that we want to add that into our capital outlay for request, but our capital outlay funding, what we're doing for the tennis courts, is the balance of the hurricane money. That was, we did the parking lot was the first part of it. And then the remaining of that would have to go to capital outlay for this project. But the goal would be when they refresh our capital outlay budget would be to get ahead and get that done. That will be July 1. We'd have to kind of see what we had left in capital. But if you all do approve it, I mean, you tell, if your motion is to us to take the low bidder, then when July 1 comes, we can go ahead and move forward, but that would have to be clarified in the motion. Is that right? Oh, Mr. Grass said that had to be clarified in the motion. If you gave administration permission to move forward with the lowest bid on the tracks, once funds are available, then we could do that.
but Jason, why are we doing the tennis courts first?
Just how our pricing came out. I mean, there's no preference on either, honestly.
Well,
I mean, we've already spent money on the tennis courts before. We haven't spent any money on tracks at all. And the one of the main complaints.
It was spent prior, the other day.
That's the track court, the tennis court, yeah, so we spent money on it, yeah. But I'm saying, we're not putting any money in the track. And one of the main complaints that I heard, that I have heard, I'm speaking for me, that I have heard and it brought to my attention is that we're not spending money on track. And we got 60-some kids that's interested in running. I know we don't always keep them all, but and then I heard people say, well, they don't want to, we don't need to spend money on track because it don't bring revenue. Is that the kids' responsibility to make sure it happens or is it ours? That's our fault.
It's like I said before, y'all come up with the money, I'll make it happen.
Yes, sir.
I'm willing to do whatever you want to do. I'm just asking.
Well, Mr. Milton, I know you are not responsible for this. We haven't had a track meet here in Bladen County in 50 years. Not, that's exaggeration, but when did we have a track meet here in Bladen County?
Wow.
It's been a long time. I don't know if we ever have. I don't know if we ever had a
We did because I ran track.
Yes, we have.
I mean, the regional.
I ran track.
I ran track.
2 years ago,
I ran track 49 years ago. I ran track East Blade, so I know we ran
Highway 131.
Can I finish my point? Thank you, sir. Now, we talked about equity with Miss, what's her name? The AIG lady?
Ms. Jacobs, Ms. Martin.
And that was academics. Well, we need equity in sports too.
That's
in our
right.
schools.
I agree.
Yeah, and if we can play a tennis match here in Bladen County, we can go to the county park and play tennis, go out to Bladen community and play tennis. but we cannot run a track meet here in Bladen County. That's not right for those kids.
And then,
And it's not equity.
then
It's
another,
unfair.
I don't think
Another
they
thing-
wouldn't approve it.
then another.
But why are we approving tennis first?
I didn't put this on the agenda, I just.
No, this is not get toward you. It's
No,
not-
we know who put it on the agenda.
Man, I'll do it any way y'all wanna do it.
It's not
Y'all.
get toward you. But
And honestly, I mean, what we had, that was the pricing we already had for this one, so that's why I went ahead and put it forward. There's no preference on my side. It does, I mean, you direct me what you all want. I don't have a problem with tennis, with track being first.
Well, let's do the track first.
Okay, well, we got a motion to approve the tennis courts and the tracks at West Bladen and East Bladen. Are we ready to vote?
no.
We got to clarify.
Well, we've been discussing it. We've got a motion and a second. We've already been discussing.
Clarification, we would have to add in there about funding. Now, and we've already clarified, Mr. Gray, help us on this for procedure. If, in terms of the order in which they're done, because we'll only be able to do one, I think, before June 30th.
One
One of those two projects,
of the two projects.
right? And then the other one will have to come in the budget. Now, other one have to come in the budget for July. Now, you could approve getting them done. We just wouldn't be able to fund one of those until July 1.
Well, the motion
Okay.
does a.
But y'all need to tell us which, when y'all
You got to
want
do
to
it.
track first.
Please, just to clarify, neither one, the track or the basketball are in the capital outlay. I mean, track and tennis are in the capital outlay budget for this year. So we're going to have to request from the county commission to change that because we have to list what we're paying for in capital outlay.
So neither one of them.
So the reason we can use part of the hurricane money, correct? So we just need to make sure, I just want to make sure that you know, that's what we would have to do.
So question, if we use the hurricane money that we have available, can we get the two track teams done with that hurricane money?
I don't know what, well, either one of you might put money with. So we have to ask the county commissioners to amend our capital outlay. The money is there, we just got to get permission to use it. But we don't have it to do both projects. And so you all could say, let's do the track first. We could take the hurricane funds toward the track, ask for the county to amend the budget for the balance of that for capital outlay this year, and then do the tennis courts after July 1, whatever you all direct us to do, but that can.
Now, this is my thing. Now, we said we were gonna take the ESSA money and do the tracks and the tennis courts. Is that not what we said?
We sure did.
We can't use this for money for that.
Well, that's what we said.
What we said.
We never said that. We said the hurricane money could be used for.
I mean,
That's why we're using.
I mean, hurricane money.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
Yes, sir.
there's
Yes, sir.
We were hopeful ESSER could, but they frowned upon capital projects with ESSER. Some districts have gotten to a point where they're having to pay back a lot of money that for those, so.
Yeah, we definitely want to do no wings hold.
No.
Doing that.
So, but yeah, the hurricane fund could go toward it depends on y'all's direction. If we do the track first and, you know, again, we had this price of that, that's why we put this on here first. If we already had the tracks, or we could put the track on. Well, y'all tell us which direction to go, but that hurricane, whichever project we do first, the hurricane funding can go toward, we ask for the balance. The county to modify our capital outlay budget for the balance of it.
Correct.
okay, let me ask Mr. Lennon a question again. Now, how much is it gonna cost to do those tennis courts?
90,000.
How much?
375, 390.
300.
To do the tennis courts?
Which brings me to another question.
So how much is it gonna do to do the track course?
200,000 a track.
Wow.
So, Mr. Lennon, why not us do the two tracks? We don't even need a tennis court out the East Bladen. I don't know why we doing that.
Y'all the board, whatever y'all vote on.
And also, we didn't even need, we just needed a patch out there that, East Bladen parking lot. That, from what I see, that little spot about that big around that had a hole in it.
That's just one spot.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the rest of them.
Yeah. And for clarification, Mr. Leonard's just shooting, we don't have an official quote for the tracks. We were told around 200,000, but we didn't have a quote to give you all. But if.
Okay, with that,
On the motion and what you all decide,
with that quote, did they? The people that gave us the quote, did they physically look at the condition of the tracks before they put you in that ballpark? It did. So you,
Because one of the companies is the one that does the strap. I mean, it does the tennis court.
wow. So we talking about $190,000 that we could push to June and still get all the projects done. But I still say the track needs to be first. We have not spent any money on track whatsoever.
If y'all vote on it, do that. Either way, y'all have to vote on it.
Now, and I'll say this instead to it. If you do it for one, we need to do it for the other.
It's called.
That's where I stand with it. You don't give one something, and you don't feed one kid and don't feed the other. You don't feed one kid steak and the other spaghetti. It doesn't work like that.
And what you're saying, but vote with your partners and we can.
Well, I mean, like Mr. Ruddy.
I just want it all done. So if y'all want.
And I understand you're just the person to get it done. I understand, but I say track. Do spending money on the track first, get the track team up, and then start having some meet that we can enjoy and get some revenue coming back, and then get the track team.
I have a question for whoever can answer it. How many students use the tennis courts versus how many students would be using the track? Do we know what proportion, what that ratio is?
What I personally know.
It's more.
you have more.
It's more on the track.
Yeah.
On the track side?
More than
Okay.
one thing. You got the hurdles and everything else.
Okay.
You probably got 40, 50 kids on the track team.
He had 62
62.
that signed up. You can't keep them all. And I think you end up with 47. We haven't had 15 tennis players in the county in years. But we keep spending. Matter of fact, when we first started this, we were talking about spending $900,000 in the track, in the tennis courts.
And I don't even.
All of a sudden now, we're $300,000. We're doing it all, both of them for less than that.
I don't think each track, tennis court, I don't even know if theirs need to be done.
Yes.
It does? Yeah, okay.
And I've heard people in the community complaining about that. So there are people using it.
I'm not against doing it. I'm not against doing it. I think that if it needs to be done, we need to do it, but we need to prioritize what's fair, what's right.
And I saw at West, their tennis court has been redone 3 years ago. And we still don't.
They patched both of them, and both of them are back too.
Well, I saw them cover them I was out there when they covered them.
They patched and sealed where the cracks are broke.
Sealed and repainted.
Water came back.
Didn't they put the foam on them?
From the
They
bottom.
just shut
They cracked it, they washed back out again.
What they were.
It didn't make no.
And those cracks in that tennis court like that, it will cause injuries.
Yeah.
Will cause injuries.
Yeah. And so, and just for clarity on, from my point of view, there was no preference on which one, we just didn't do an official quote for, because our goal was to bring them, we want to bring them both,
I mean,
they both gotta be done. So.
But that's not what was brought to us. We came with a clear cut
Right.
option of doing just tennis courts and gave 2 bids for, one for each school. We didn't get any information on the track team, on the track courts and what the cost would be. And, the maintenance director here has an estimated cost on what it would take. And it's $190,000 less than what we're talking about putting in just one of the tennis courts.
And I was just wanting to clarify that we've had an official quote. You all would have had that tonight on the track. We've got about word of mouth estimate, but y'all know we've got to have that. So both of them have got to be done. If the motion's clarified, I'll make sure where the motion is to do the tracks.
Right now we have a motion, to do tennis court and track repairs.
So what we will need for.
Again,
And a second, we have a motion to approve repairs for the tennis courts and tracks. What we don't have anything in the motion to say which one's done first.
So but for.
You're gonna have to amend the motion.
Be amend,
how we do that?
To bring clarity, it would need to be amended which project is first, because that's the one's got to be done before June 30th. And then whichever project is second, that'll be done after July 1. Now, without having the quote, if you all authorize us to go with the lowest bid on the tracks, we can go ahead and move forward if that's part of the motion without having to come back to the board. Yes, sir.
You know,
So
last year, I believe, we had talked about fixing the track over here at the school, have a centralized location. I'm not saying two high schools need to be patched or fixed, but have we just thrown that slam out the table?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's been out of the table.
We had talked
You
about,
need their own track.
well, they got their own track. I'm just saying for competition wise,
Yeah, give them their own track for competition, right?
that was discussed over
Why
here.
can't we give the tennis, do a tennis court one for everybody?
I'm just
Oh,
trying.
they just gotta go to the county park.
No, I agree. Each high school needs a certified track that the kids can run on and we can have meets. It stands to benefit us. We can have revenue coming in, and not only that, look at it from this perspective. The track coach has been doing excellent. Regional, state. Can we award these?
We don't get a vote on it, we're not gonna get anything done, folks.
What are we voting on?
Tracks first.
Track first.
Well, that's got to be put in the motion. The motion has to be amended. We have a motion on the floor to do tracks and tennis
So we need a
courts.
motion to amend
And a second.
the original.
So how we amend that?
You just say you want to amend the motion.
I make a motion to amend the original motion and change it to doing the tracks first and then coming back after June and doing the tennis courts.
Well, you got a motion to amend is there a second to that motion to amend?
I'll second.
Okay,
And then we'll vote on the motion to amend.
okay.
Do we need to clarify, just for our purposes, that, the board has given us the authority to use the lowest bid for the track?
No,
Well, you said the same company doing the thing.
no,
That's one of them, but I got.
No. we gotta look at what that bid includes.
Well, I agree. I mean.
We're not gonna shortchange them.
Well, not necessarily, but the one that's most comprehensive, but if not, we're gonna have to call a board meeting for you all to approve that contract. That's why we need to clarify in this motion, do you all give administration the authority to move?
I think you should just get the bids and bring them to us and let us vote on it. Make sure you know what's in the bid. Make sure you know what's in the bid. We're not gonna shortchange the bids.
I'm not gonna show it.
Hey, 21.5 years in the United States Army, my friend, and lowest bid is not always good.
Well, but again, we would have to evaluate price, one of the heaviest weighted factors, but you do look at other things as well.
Yes, sir.
So we just I want a clarity. Do you all want us to bring this back to you all with the actual bid, or did you want us to move forward with the bid? Now, depending on, there's only so many companies that do this work around here. I think Mr. Lennon got 2 on tennis courts.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get maybe 2 for track. Right.
It's supposed to actually.
So, but it will.
Another one, Monday?
If we cut, we would have to vote at the next meeting to approve the winning unless it's part of the motion for the move forward.
Well, we now have an amended motion to,
And we need to vote on that motion. Is that
approve
right? Mr.
repairs
Mayor?
on tennis courts and track.
Alternative, if I'm hearing the board, and this is up to the board, one alternative is for the motions to be withdrawn. And the board would then make a motion to lay it on the table. You got to vote again anyway. To lay it on the table so you can get your bids back.
Well, who would have to do that? The one that made the motion?
Whoever made the motion would have to withdraw the motion, and the second would have to agree for it to be withdrawn. Both on your original motion and your motion to amend.
Thank you.
And then a motion to table would need to be made. At that point in time, he brings back his estimate, the board has something to vote on.
Who made the motion?
Both motions. Okay, we got to go back in order.
I withdraw my motion.
We need the amended motion withdrawn. Who is that?
I withdraw the amended motion.
And we need a
I
second.
withdraw the original motion.
Who was our second on the amended? Okay, we've got that withdrawn. Now we need to withdraw the original motion.
I withdraw it.
And second withdrawn. Now we need a motion to
Table.
table it.
Second.
Did I hear a motion to table?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to. Got to back up and get. To table the approval of the repair to the tennis court and the track. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye. All opposed likewise. No. It has been, motion carries to table.
We get it right.
Mr. Lynn, on the price difference, is that where the issue lies with let's play with the ground?
Yeah, well, no, if they repair that, that's up there now. Yeah, they gotta tear it up, but they gotta build it up so much higher, because it's really.
That's the price difference.
Yeah. That's one of the-
Y'all test him in the night.
I'm just gonna rise to a point of order, so I can figure it all out.
So next month, we will bring an action item. I will share the bids with you all once we receive them, but we'll bring an action item to the May meeting for tracks. And if we have finalized information about budget, we may go ahead and request the tennis courts to be for after July 1.
Okay, we'll move on to 10.10.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Approval purchase of new radio system for schools, Ms. Brown.
Good evening. Also, board chair and board superintendent. I have Captain Jeff Singletary with me to talk to you, and the reason why we're requesting this is because of the incident we had at East Bladen, and the communications were terrible that day, and we had to keep awesome radios from place to place in order to communicate with different EMS, sheriff department. So he's gonna share with you the information about the radio system that we're trying to install it for the county and the safety of our schools.
Okay, so one issue that we've got is we have all the different schools have different radios they use at each school. So one school may have a VHF walkie-talkie, another school may have UHF, another school may have a family radio service. They're all separate. What we're trying to do is get everybody on the same page, have one radio system, to where each school has a different channel in each radio, where an SRO can go to whichever school and switch over and talk on their system. But it also will be tied in with the internet back here to the central office, where they can listen in or talk, so you can get the clear via radio. Also tied into our 911 center, where we can actually patch whatever conversation is happening at that school at the time. An incident occurs at the school, they can actually patch it into our county radio system or to the state radio system, where all the responders can actually talk directly to the school, or talk directly to the officers or to the emergency person. Wow. So that's basically what this system will allow us to do. It's expandable. There are some additional licensing and using a couple other features that we're still looking at, but this is the meat and potatoes of the system that we're proposing.
My question, sir. I know that the county had been running drills in the event of, say, God forbid, you have an active shooter, and sheriff's deputies would go and actually train at the school to respond to that. Is that still an ongoing thing? And if it is, now that if we're going to get these radios in, will there be staff from the school taking part in that who can also practice doing the communication? Because that has to be prepared for also, because communications can be a key thing in minimizing the damage. So is there a plan in place to include some sort of training in the event of an emergency?
There's no set plan right as of yet, but it will be good. So we're constantly training constantly, especially in light of all the recent stuff and the stuff that we had last year with a couple of times. So there's constant training with the SROs, but this can be incorporated into systems approved. We can incorporate that into our training.
Great.
Question is the SRO going to be carrying a different radio? Or are we trying to get something that's compatible with what he's currently carrying?
Okay, so what will happen is each individual school will have like a single channel radio for their school. The SROs and I guess school administrators, they'll have the multi-channel radios, so they can So an SRO goes from Bladenboro to East Arcadia, they can switch over once they get to East Arcadia or to Bladenboro to the purpose. So SRO will have one radio for all the students.
Now, do the radio brands actually have to all be the same? Because really the frequencies only need to be the same, right? So, and they're all programmable?
So this is a open standard, it's called DMR. So any radio brand that has the DMR, which is all of them. So it doesn't have to be a specific brand. What we're proposing here is off state contract. But and it is programmable. We do have some licensing issues. We're not licensed right now, and that's going to be an additional cost. It's not included in this. But it's nowhere near close to the cost of the actual equipment. That's the means of it.
It's not included in the proposal?
Not the licensing, no. And we won't know that until we actually have the equipment, then we can get licensed.
You have any idea what it would cost?
Roughly 5,000.
And how long is that good for?
Well.
10 years. 5,000 across the board. Not 5,000 per school.
No, 5,000.
If I could also interject, that the funding for this is part of a safety grant that we have received. There'll be no cost to the district to do this. And we would have money to cover that licensing fee if it's 5,000 as a part of that funding too, so.
Oh, well, I'm game, it's free. So the SRO will be able to leave E-Town primary and go to Dublin primary, just change the setting and be able to communicate.
Yeah, just like with the radar, we change the knob to go from the sheriff channel to the fire channel.
Sure.
They'll have their separate walkie-talkie they can switch over. And an initial part of this, which we're waiting on a device to actually try it out, would actually give us full coverage inside the school on the sheriff's or the emergency responder radio as well. So have the best of both worlds.
I didn't hear, how many you say you're gonna get with?
It's a, so that's what, 10 sites?
10 sites.
10 radio sites, and then the supporting walkie-talkie per school. There's multiple.
Total of 120 radios.
120 radio?
Per school?
No, for the whole district.
So who's gonna be carrying the radios?
There will be
Principal?
a principal, assistant principal, the SROs, and then the other folks that they have there, because some of them use what they call safety coordinators, and they will be assigned to those people.
The office will also
And
have
then the
one.
office will hear, we will have some.
And they'll be able to communicate with them.
Yes, and EMS, and when we have our threats, because last time we had the threat displayed and there was a lack of communication, we could not communicate with each other.
Do they know how to use radio?
We'll have to be trained.
For that, and like I said, like Dr. Atkins said, it's no cost to us because we got a grant at the beginning of the year for $1.5 million. So we have the money to.
Let's take some of that and put with the kids in the.
Hold on. Okay. Now, and one thing I think that's important is, share a bit if I can share. There's a lot of, we're looking at different things to enhance safety, but I think about in the instance of an active shooter, the front desk clerk can quickly mash a button. I've got somebody here with a gun at school. That's a whole lot faster to pick up the phone, dial 911, waiting for a dispatcher to answer. They've got to take the information, then put out the call when they can instantaneously say, I've got.
If a teacher has an issue in the classroom, she has firsthand communication with the SRO. And you can't outrun that radio. I don't care how fast you is. You can't outrun that radio.
Consider, and this happens in mass events. First thing that goes out is going to be your cell phone, because you're going to have so many people using the cell phone system. So whatever you try, or I try to call, or Central tries to call the schoolhouse by phone, they're going to get a busy signal. With this system, they'll be able to switch over and call and talk directly in that classroom or to that principal or whoever, or the superintendent or whoever, via radio, and get somebody.
Jason, will we have someone here monitoring at this? This will be the base. This will be base.
Yeah.
This will be base.
This will be base, and actually our front desk will have the channel for all of the.
So we'd have to come up with some kind of policy on this, I'm sure. and some kind of code words, guidelines and all of those.
Well, our protocols we have now will just be enhanced, so we would, so it's common across the district, so we know this code means this.
Yeah.
That's internal, so yeah, we, part of our training will be to clarify what all it is, publish that out for schools, say, no, if I call a code orange, this is what this means.
Yep.
And I think it's just one more plus to our arsenal to increase our communication, so, yeah, we will have it monitored here, so we've already talked about that, we had the base here, so not only is central getting it, admin's getting it as well. We got this issue at the school, so we're deploying as they're deploying. So we're all, getting there as quickly as possible. So,
Do you take them home or leave them in the charge?
They stay on schools.
Okay.
and if we have transit folks that serve more than one building, that tow radio, like the SRO would be potentially, they got to flip that channel. So that one radio takes them anywhere they need to go. And
It also helps out with the events when we have events as well. Mr. Secretary, thank you. This is awesome. This is awesome. I mean, anything we can do to make these schools safe with all the stuff we got, man. Thank you so much.
If we decided down the road to add more, they could easily be implemented.
Yes, okay. And it doesn't have to be that brand that could be, but yes.
Dr. Trax,
yes, sir.
is there any way to add spare battery packs to these radios? Anybody, before it's over with, leave that thing on. If we get to put it on the charger the weekend and come back Monday morning to you.
Yeah, and we're also looking at putting a couple spares for school too, actual radios and batteries.
I didn't know if did they come with the flame shells where we put the AA batteries in?
You can just, that can be ordered, but like I said, this is nothing, you get $50 for a battery, so they.
Yeah, we're gonna do initial order. If we see we need more radios or batteries, we're gonna go ahead and get those. We've got sufficient funding to.
Put repeaters in that all the schools.
Get it does the repeaters.
And so probably gotta look at some cabinets or something and store that stuff in, and that's this dog.
They're coming to the main network closet for those units. So in a case like Bladenboro Primary and Bladenboro Middle, that one unit will cover both of those campuses. That's why it's not showing the same.
But it's two separate channels.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
That's all. Now let's talk serviceability and this repeater repair stuff, because that we always have issues with. Are they gonna take care of us on the repairing of those repeaters? When the storms come out and hit those repeaters, are we gonna have some coverage on that?
24/7.
That's, they were there with the communication specialist company there. They've been very good to work with. And that's who the county relies on for now.
Outstanding.
Mr. Cemetery, some of these guys are power law enforcement, they really getting excited.
Right.
And the reason why, because I always think about the shooting where the kid went into the school, he was on his way to the school to shoot the school up. And the officers were trying to beat him there.
Right.
If they just had the radios.
And the a lot of the SROs, they have to carry 4 or 5 different walkie-talkies. They go out from school to school to school. This is all that down to one.
And I think we'll be one of the first school districts to do this.
Yes.
So that's gonna be tremendous.
So we leading the way.
We're gonna lead the way.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
I mean, for me as not only a superintendent, but as a parent, knowing the safety things that we're doing makes me comfortable, knowing that my child and every other child we have responsibility for is coming to a safe environment between the metal detectors that we put in, additional cameras, fencing, radios. We're fixing to push out a panic button system as well for staff. I mean, we're trying to do everything we can so that parents have the assurance that between not only our school system, but our law enforcement, emergency services, all the agencies that work together, that they're in the safest place they could be. And that's why these drills and things are important, that we're practicing this, because you never know. I mean, they always used to say it's not going to happen here, but we've seen evidence it can happen here. So I think that this is a great move. I think it's going to definitely increase our communication, and to be able to have grant funding to pay for it is tremendous. So, and I think Mr. Secretary mentioned this is on state contracts, so it's already been bidded and everything. So we just need your approval tonight to be able to cut the purchase order and get this equipment on its way here.
I'll make a motion that we approve
A second.
the radio proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Ms. Brown for that presentation. We now have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the radio system for the schools by the state safety grant or with the state safety grant. Is there any more discussion? If not, all those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries. 10.11, approval of K-8 core math curriculum, Ms. Cheryl White Smith.
Good evening again, board, chair, superintendent. I come on behalf of the administration to seek approval for the one-year adoption of the Ready Math. That was a sample kit that you got at the last board meeting. The suggestion was made by the board curriculum committee to do 1 year on that math adoption to see how well our staff would like 1 year of Ready Math. And then to review it, continue to review it throughout the year to see how it was going with our teachers. So I come requesting approval to move forward with the purchase of Ready Math for 1 year.
I make the motion.
So,
It's been moving properly second. 30. Is there any discussion?
I just got one thing to ask. That's, you just said you'll monitor it throughout the year. So we can expect already that you'll be bringing us information as you see it.
We sure can give you updates.
Appreciate it.
And the math adoption team will be meeting as we go through the.
Who's on your team this way, man?
We have a representative from each school that was recommended by the principal from all of our elementary and middle schools.
Okay.
Let's get on what they need. Okay, all those in favor of this, let me know by saying aye. Aye. All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carried. The approved K-8 core math.
I do have one, I want to say to Ms. Cheryl, I went ahead and brought the books in and just temporarily, I just went ahead and set them against the wall in the hallway. Where would you like those bags put? Oh, you already got them?
Yeah, I will. I just saw them sitting there, but I haven't moved from, I didn't know when my time was gonna come to present, so I haven't, but I will take care of that.
Thank you for providing those.
What do you need them for?
Sorry,
Why do you need them?
I don't.
Well, can I keep mine?
Huh?
I can keep mine then, right? Okay.
Yeah. No, the
I was
company's
gonna
not
keep mine
asking
and
me to-
bring mine back, so. Read on them.
Okay, we'll move on to 10.12, 10.12, approval of 9 through 12 core language arts curriculum, and Ms. Cheryl White Smith.
Yes, I come again.
You again.
On behalf of the administration for the approval of a 3-year adoption for the into literature for our 9-12 teachers. This curriculum was vetted by our 9-12 ELA teachers, the English language arts teachers. You also had a sample of that to review that was given to you at last board meeting. This purchase will come from our textbook monies to supply the textbooks to our 9-12 teachers. And I'm coming requesting approval to move forward with the purchase of the into literature for our 9-12 English language arts.
You said that was for 3 years.
Yes, that was a 3-year
That's
adoption.
a heck of a lot better price than the math is.
I make a motion that we approve it.
I
The
second.
in-charge curriculum.
And moving properly seconded that we approve the 9-12 core language arts curriculum. Is there any discussion? Not all those in favor, let me know by saying aye. All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries. 10.13, approval of smart bus program
Thank you, Ms. White.
for bus Wi-Fi.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. We have, Blaine County has been awarded the Smart School Bus Safety Pilot Program. And I'm asking you to approve it so that it's not gonna cost us anything. And what it will do is it will put Wi-Fi on all of our buses, on the entire fleet. The company I've spoken to is going to be using Verizon, which is a carrier that is dependable here for Blaine County. It will allow the children, it is going to be going through their firewall, educational firewall, so that when the children are on the long bus rides, going home, they'll have something to do other than, cutting up and getting in trouble. They have to do their educational homework. They'll have access to educational YouTube and other programs that they need to do on their laptops.
Can they listen to music?
If it's on YouTube, I reckon they can. Yes, sir.
It'll be filtered.
It's going through an educational filter. It's going to be a filter similar to Blaine County Schools filter.
Okay.
Similar?
It'll be the same as, if we find any discrepancies, then we let the company know, and then they add that to it. But I've asked, but before it all, we're just getting this approved. We have to get it approved now because it's grant.
Now, question, not to cut you off, but
Okay, go ahead.
are we approving good, better, best? Or are we picking which program?
Yes, G,
Is that what we're doing right now?
we're approving to spend the money.
To spend the money, and then we gotta go back and pick which one.
Well, I've already pretty much decided.
And which one is that? That you are recommending to us?
The one that I'm recommending.
What's the better one?
Is the 5G? Or the best?
Better. What's right there on the back?
I'm looking to one is the 3-year program. And what it will include is a 1-year license for buying all the equipment. It's the routers for all of our buses. This is the sales tax, the smart bus, the installation. The hard stall installation kit, then the installation, and then the annual unlimited plan. Right, and then that company, the G, will actually be monitoring.
And this is paid for by a grant?
Sir,
This is paid for by a grant?
yes,
Thank
this was a grant, actually, that was submitted to different counties in the state. And we were not included in that initial proposal grant. But I sort of hounded the DPI, let them know if it comes up, I want that. You know, why didn't Blaine County get to be a part of that? And so when these other counties, for some reason, did not want the money, he sent it to me and asked me, did I want to do it? So, yeah.
Any reason why
Let's say why
didn't they want the money?
I have no idea. I didn't ask. All I did was say, send me the money so I can put this on my buses. Just like I got those camera systems. You know, making our fleet the safest and best. Why not? Our children are riding on the bus for 2 hours, a lot of them. Why shouldn't they be able to access that instead of cutting up or falling asleep and have nothing to do? Why shouldn't they be able to listen to something entertaining or educational?
I agree, Dr. Henry.
Yeah, I agree.
So
Thank you, Dr.
that's what I'm asking y'all to approve.
Now, we don't have to worry about any issues with this stuff not working. I mean, it ain't costing us nothing, but
No, they're gonna come down and it's gonna work, and if they don't work, they're gonna fix it. You know, that's part of the plan is the monitoring of it.
Oh, okay.
They're on the hook to monitor it, but our department also will be able to monitor it also.
we don't want to provide that they're gonna use for the wrong reasons. That's another.
Oh, no, not for that.
And there won't
It's
be
for
any,
educational purposes only.
these devices that the kids are using, that they're gonna use to connect to this, it ain't gonna give up none of their personal information.
These are just
How to be able to hack in and get their.
These are just these are just routers like that are gonna be at school, that they have at school. They can only access educational topics.
So
They can't access pornography, they can't access other stuff, and if it becomes available, if it pops up between us monitoring it, if the driver sees something, or if Kajit sees something going on, they can disable it.
So then their internet access of the bus is the same as their access at school.
Yes.
Have to log in and everything.
Yeah, that's what I was getting.
User ID and password.
And I want to be in place so that people can't hack in and get their personal information.
Yes.
Is that right, Mr. Higgins? Are we tracking on?
Yeah, they have to, the part of that is they have to follow the same restrictions that we have in our schools. So the same firewall rules, everything has to be applied to these. We're required for that for E-rate.
Yeah,
They couldn't even, yeah, they would not be, they'd actually be violating federal legislation if they didn't. So,
I make a motion to approve it.
Second.
One question, this is, I'm gonna vote for it, but would these things be able to, in the future, if we ever have an issue like we did hurricane or COVID, when they went out to like the Blaine Lakes and put the free Wi-Fi, would these things be able to do that?
yes,
In the community, if we had to do that?
they can.
I think they're putting in all over the communities now, the internet access to everybody.
Another benefit to this is our camera systems are all Wi-Fi accessible. Okay, they can access it. But the Wi-Fi signal in the school parking lot is not strong enough for the administration to really pull it. Say at the high school, now at at elementary schools like Dublin, where the partner or Bladen Lakes, when they're so close, they can. But this will allow the administration to access those files, those camera systems and all. And it won't be a lot of disruption, it'll reduce any disruption for that too.
But it won't disrupt what we currently have on the bus. So as far as cameras.
They're going to disrupt it. It's a positive for us.
I agree.
Okay, I think I remember the motion for the approval of a smart bus program for bus Wi-Fi and a second. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Okay, now I'd like to entertain a motion that we go into closed session for the purpose of discussing personnel as per NCGS 143.318 to consult with an attorney if needed as per NCGS 143.318 and to discuss student reassignment and student discipline as per the 1974 Family Rights and Privacy Act. I heard a motion, I hear a second. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? None. Okay, motion carries. We are now in closed session. Second. Been moved and properly seconded, then we come out of closed session, any discussion? There's none, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. All opposed likewise. No opposition, motion carries. We are now again in open session. And at this time, I need a motion to approve the personnel action items. It's closed. Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? If none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. All opposed likewise. There's none, motion carries. Personal action item is approved. Matters of interest to the board. Any of you got anything?
I got one. I promise it's gonna be short. Dr. Atkinson, can you mention, you were gonna say something about doing a salary, looking at the. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, we, something that we're looking at, and Ms. Harrison will talk about this some, and obviously not prepared at this point, but we will need to solicit RFPs. As we're working through some of this, some districts are looking at trying to do a compensation study. One of the challenges that we've had is that scales, state scales pretty much subscribe. When it comes to local scale, you think about our local paid employees, you've got child nutrition, maintenance, and other that are local paid. So one challenge that you get a lot of times is what's called compression. If there's a state mandated starting salary, for instance, so they say like last year, they said everybody has started $50. Well, you may have employees that have been with you 20 years. That new starting salary is now just as much, and maybe in some cases, maybe more than someone who has been with you for a period of time. So what this would do, and we want to go out and try to get proposals for this and then bring a recommendation to it, is to see what it would cost for us to take part in a salary study that would compare all of our, including state salaries. It would look at everybody, regardless of what funding source. And that may help us with advocacy for any employees that we don't control the pay scale for. That would allow us to review districts that are the same size as us, as well as look regionally. What does it look like in the state? What's the average? I think it's good information to know, not only for us in salary schedules that we may control as a board, but also looking at ways we can advocate. Because one of the concerns now, even as far as even principals, for example, principals are paid off of an ADM range. So you may have 0 to 200, 201 to 400, 401 to 600, et cetera. They are one of the only scales, and Ms. Harrison, I think might be the only scale that's not paid off of years anymore. But the problem with some of the schedules, even paid off of years, is that compression issue. So someone that if they make a change, someone starting year one is making just as much or more than someone year 6, year 15. And there's parts even on some of the state salary schedules, which is crazy. When you get to a certain point, you've maxed out the scale and you still have years to give. So you're maxing out a 30-year pay scale, probably at year 26, 27. There's also, and I don't know how they do this, there's also a place when you get to year like 15, 16, 17, it flatlines for a little while. Then it takes another jump. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. Not saying on local scale, I mean, I think there's some areas we need to look at because you got to also take in job market. So what does that look like in terms of what does a person, a business world make in this role? Now, we're never going to be able to match that necessarily, but where do you get to the middle ground? So she and I had talked and felt like that might be a direction that we want to kind of look in. I know that several employees obviously ask questions about salaries and rightfully so. So that's something we want to do as a district, get a cost of what it would do to have that done. And is it, cost effective for us to move forward that, to have that data, not only for us to make informed decisions, but also help advocate at the state and federal level too. So. All right.
You're the man. You're the man.
We definitely look at that.
We do. I think it's important. I think if we're able to do it, if it's not cost prohibitive, I think it would speak volumes to our employees that we as a board and administration value them enough to say, look, we want to look at this to see how we can really truly compensate you. I mean, from any position, teacher, principal, cafeteria staff, bus driver,
receptionist, custodian, whatever. But we know there's some disparities there. And some we don't necessarily have control over, but some that we can advocate for change, because if we don't speak up for our folks, nobody's going to.
That's right. Amen.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
The state is also looking at that. Actually, I got an email one day last week during the break that they have taken a classified salary scale to the state board. And they're supposed to be sending more information. And it's based on, like, for instance, if you look at an electrician, it's based on the comparability of a electrician in private industry, not the state electrician scale or a bookkeeper. It's based on, they've done a lot of study on that. So it may be that the state comes out with something and we don't have to pay to have a salary study is very expensive. But it may, they're going to come out with something. And my understanding from the last webinar I had right before Easter maybe was that they were looking for that to go into effect next school year, if they can get it past
24, 25. Well, what we can do, Ms. Harrison, get some clarity for us. And if there's a part they're going to do and there's something that we need to supplement with that we don't have, that we can get that. I think we need to have it for every position. So we can.
So true. Sounds good. Sounds good to me.
Anything else, board members? I can make this short and sweet. Chair's report. On you, Superintendent.
And I've got mine abbreviated tonight as well. Just let you all know, we're in the fourth quarter of our academic year. My friends shared that with me. And the score is tied and we're on the home stretch and we've got the winning team here in Bladen County Schools. So just remember our students and staff and faculty got 5 weeks of instruction left at the elementary and middle school levels before they take the intergrade assessments, and 6 weeks for high schools do their exams. So on the home stretch now, we are having district academic awards recognitions. This is where we recognize any students that have met certain criteria for honor roll and superintendent's list. May 1st, I'll email these dates to you. May 1st will be at East Bladen High School, and all of East Bladen's feeders will recognize those students that evening. That'll be starting at 5 o'clock. And then on May 4th, we have West Bladen and feeders at 5. I'll send this to you. I've got several things to get to you all over the next few days. I'll include that on that. There are some budget priorities. I think you all received that document from the school board associations, also NCASA. Some things we've talked about: reform for pay, additional support for EC, students with disabilities, addressing student mental health needs, school safety, making that continuing funding. The number one is significant pay increases for all public school personnel. So there's several things there that they do. As in terms of testing, integrate testing will take place May 23rd, 24th, and 25th at our K-8 schools. And then EOC and final exams and CTE at the high schools will take place May 26th through June 2nd. Our job fair is on Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30. And we're looking forward to that. I'll be at Elizabethtown Middle School. Also, one final thing, we have been very fortunate with weather this year. And this year we did have some time built into our calendar. We're not as fortunate next year because it's much tighter. It all depends on when we can start. But we've been blessed. We have not had to use any inclement weather hours we have built to the calendar. Typically at high schools, we allow early release on exam days for the high school students in December. Then we also do it at the spring. What I would like to do for our schools, this will help them plan for their awards programs, is sometimes you have a lot of discipline issues that occur because you're going to have K-8 that's going to finish testing the week before school gets out. So what I would like to do is extend that same thing to all of our schools, and for the week of starts a Tuesday because you got Memorial Day holiday, is May 30th through June 2nd, do early release for all schools, those 4 days, so that that will also allow teachers and schools, as far as it relates to testing and retesting, allow them to get grades entered in and to do those duties there, as well as you have some parents that will not send their children back after testing, but this will allow them to continue. It's also let them focus on remediation for any students that need additional help before they do second chance testing. So we'll get this communicated out to our families. So May 30th through the last day of school was already marked, the early release day. So May 30th, May 31st and June 1st, we have the time built into our calendar for those that will make those days early release for all students across the district. So that's all I had tonight, Chairman Benton and board members, and I appreciate your support and everything always.
I make a motion to adjourn.
That didn't take long.
Second is,
Second.
second, okay, and moved and probably seconded that we adjourn.